recovery. Go and throttle up.
Bat. It's not chat, it's bat. Hello? I mean, hi. Hello? Hello? What's up? Come in, can you read me? Chat, this is Eric Johnson, Mission Control. How copy? I need coffee? Alright, cool. Cool. I have concluded that yesterday, the launch yesterday was not very passionate. That was not very passionate. We've concluded it was not very passionate. Redeem garage stretch break. Make me change my hat. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. There you go. That was a stretch break and a hat change. What? What? Hey, Rocky guy. Chamber pressure. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, that didn't end well yesterday. If you guys didn't see, the Vega launch failed last night. It's no good. Tremendous stuff about yesterday. From the initial quick looks at telemetry, this failure showed, and I quote, haunting similarities to VV15. Solid rocket stage does not usually quit burning until the fuel is exhausted, but in this case, pressure and thrust dropped rapidly, indicating a breach in the booster casing, which is what happened on VV15 as well. Vega C is expected to be out of action for at least a year. It can show similarities, Forge, to VV15, but it's a different booster. VV15 would have had a Zafino 20 in it. This has a Zafino 40 in it. It's a different booster, different hardware. I mean, I guess if they want to compare it to VV15, that's fine. But I mean, yeah, guys, how does a solid rocket lose pressure? It breaks in half. That's how it loses pressure. Yeah, it could be similar manufacturing. Yeah. It's Italian. Serious. Avio makes Vega. French Arianespace just operates it. Same manufacturer, same method of assembly. Well, I mean, if that's the case, Ford's, then it's insufficient testing. I mean, this is insufficient testing. How does this problem, this type of catastrophic failure should be known and understood? But, I mean, yeah, it's... Basically, guys, from what I can tell, well, I mean, you guys want to know how... You guys want to know how you lose it? Well, there's the back end of a Zafino 40. This piece has to come off for you to lose pressure like they do, because they have a thrust vector control system on this nozzle. So this is Z40 without the TVC on it. This is just the casing. This whole thing needs to come off. Like, how does an SRB flame out? It flames out because it blew up. The bottom of it's gone. The bottom of it went kaput. This rocket is no more. It has ceased to be. Yeah, it loses the Zafiro. It's what it's called. It loses this. This thing came off. Either that or something. You lost chamber pressure, meaning there's a hole in the SRB somewhere. It had an operational flight, Sile. The Zafiro, and that's what I mean, dude. The Zafiro 40 worked fine on the last Vega C mission. It worked just fine. It worked perfect. I don't know, man. There's something wrong there. I don't know what it is, but there is something. There's something very wrong. Yeah, there's the picture you had from last night. There's something's not. There we go. So, guys, they lost the casing. So this piece down here, that's the only way. If you lose chamber pressure enough to not even get a flame, the thing literally flamed out, that means this part. And when I mean this part, I mean from that silver processing ring down, popped off. The casing cracked. They lost the casing. And possibly even the nozzle. The whole bottom of that booster separated. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's very weird, and it could be a bunch of different things. The casing could have failed on the side or wherever, but judging by the plume coming off of it after 3 minutes 26 seconds, it looks like the whole bottom fell off. Press release from a couple minutes ago. It was killed by the range.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Under standard procedure, the order of destruction of the launcher was given by KNES. The launch safety authority, no damage to persons and properties occurred. Yeah. Sometimes it sucks to be a European spaceflight fan. Yeah, it is what it is. Check this out, my photo of the last Starlink launch. Oh, very nice. Very nice. A good picture. Yeah, the casing is kaput, man. Like that's the only thing I can think of that would cause the booster to do that behavior. But I don't know. Hey, Aji, I haven't been here much this month, but keep up the good work with all the entertaining education. Yep. Any chance the first stage separation could have weakened something that led to the failure? It's possible. What is Jeff Faust saying? In a press briefing about last night's Vega C failure, Pierre-Yves Tissier, Arianespace Chief Technical Officer, says there was progressive loss of pressure on the Z40 second stage motor starting about 7 seconds after ignition. Pressure then dropped suddenly at T plus 208 seconds. This is your first time seeing a launch from Banana Creek. Falcon 9 is much louder than I expected. Very awesome. Cool. Casing cracked. sounds like cracked casing to me, guys. Like, but what do I know? Yeah, they'll be fine. The French government will prop them up, Forge. It's assured access to space, dude. It's a national security risk, so money will get thrown at the problem. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. That was the time I was talking about a Discord. 208 seconds at 328. Yeah, I mean, Rocket Guy, the only thing I can think of that loses chamber pressure is a casing crack. And I'm not talking about like a small casing crack. I mean, this isn't like SRB O-rings because it's a single case SRB. It's not segmented like the shuttles or Titan or something, or even Ariane 5. This is a straight casing failure, like straight up. The SRB cracked in half like an egg. That's the only thing I can really think of. Which, because like, once again, you know, you're doing a fault tree trace, and we should obviously listen to the data. Like, we should listen to what they have to say and everything. But there's only so many parts that can go wrong with an SRB, you know? Go socks. Go socks. Composite casings typically won't slowly burn through. They unwind quickly and violently. Yep. Hopefully nobody dropped the damn thing. Yeah. Here, let's look at more positive news. On December 15th, crews at NASA Stennis lifted the interstage simulator test component into the B2 test stand. This component is used to train crews before handling the actual EUS. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. 4 holes, 4 engines. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Put it back together, they won't notice. You have no idea how many times that's been said in spaceflight at various times. You have no idea. That's cool. That's very, 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 very poggers. And also, they have shots of the engine section. Oh, hello. Man, they got that there quickly. Number of rafts on the crane block for Emma. Yeah, yeah. Unrelated but cool. I want to put one of those in my truck floating. Is that bad? I figure we could hook that up. You know? Like, why do I want to put an artificial horizon in the truck? I have no idea. I thought that would be neat. Put an artificial horizon in a compass. I don't know. I think that would be cool. That would look cool. Am I wrong? How many volts that thing run off of? We can make that work. I can wire that up. You have an airplane compass on your dash. Out of full radio stack if you're going to do it. Wouldn't that be cool? Like, why not? Hang on. Artificial horizon for sale. How much do these things run? 150 bucks? Yeah, that's cool. I want to replace the radio with an F-16 style MFD. Well, yeah, but you got other things to worry about right now. Oh, these things aren't too expensive. I'm assuming that one with the gimbal is probably a lot. Yeah, the gyro stabilized one are 1,500 bucks. Okay, but the non-gyro stabilized are not very expensive. Like, Let's see. Let's see. What are we looking at here? Actually, it's $165. Need to hook them up to vacuum. Hook them up to vacuum? That's fine. We could, yeah, dude, I could hook that up. No problem. The motors make vacuum. Easy peasy. But here's the thing. They make variable amounts of vacuum. So what would be good to tap that? The power brakes. I could make that work. Oh yeah, I could make that. We could make that work. You tap into the power brakes. Power brakes is constant vacuum because it taps off crankcase pressure. Yeah, we can make that work. Easy peasy. Just need a vacuum line. Lift work? Why? 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 I like that hat, man. Damn it. I mean, I like this hat too, but... On Starship News, Booster 9 is getting cryo-proofed right now. The crane at 39A has been modified to test and carry the OLM. Expected sometime next week. Starship's 39A pad S. SpaceX has 3 OLMs right now. There's 3 of them. Yeah, and that's public. That's like information you can go look at on Google Earth and stuff. There's 3 of them. I'll show you. You were actually near one the other day. You were actually near 2 of them the other day. Also, they're testing the upgraded fill and drain lines on OLM. Good. So, just wear a stack of hats so you don't have to change it. 5-head solution. But Rocket Guy, the best part is no part. Am I right? Drummer, what did you say? You can make I can make you a digital Horizon for under $50. Digital one just needs a couple of sensors and an Arduino with a small screen. Okay. So S, take a look here. If you look at Google Earth. So this is one of the hangars at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Look. They're building 2 OLMs in this sucker, in there. But so changing hats with no hats means shaved head. There's nothing about hairstyle in the channel point redeem, sir. Oh, that reminds me, I got to see the SpaceX building on Roberts Road, and I got to see a few Falcon 9 cores sitting outside of it. The place is massive. Yep. Yeah, it's a biggin', dude. It's a biggin'. Big. Hey, Zero, you know anybody that could get me an artificial horizon for cheap? Dude, I swear, we can make that work. Modern brakes on cars use what's called power brakes. So they have a diaphragm, and on one side of the diaphragm is vacuum, and on the other side is the pressure for to push the hydraulic cylinder in to squeeze the brakes, right? Power-assisted brakes tap off of crankcase ventilation. So basically the pistons are going up and down inside of the car, and air is getting displaced inside of the crankcase. The crankcase pressure goes down. It goes down like crazy. And what it does is that creates a vacuum inside of... There's a tube that connects to the crankcase on most cars, and that creates vacuum so the brakes, so it's easier to hit the brake pedal. You can get more force behind the brake pedal because it's vacuum on one side and pressure on the other, so it's easier to push it. Yeah, we could tap off that vacuum. We could tap off that vacuum line. It's constant vacuum. Easy peasy. We can make one of those work. Yeah, that's like not even a judgment call. I could absolutely make one of those work. Define cheap. Okay, never mind. Hey, Vin, 44-month resub. We should provide him with various toupees. I'm gonna hang up. Also, I might move to Florida. It's really nice, warm. More rockets in my office there. Has free vegan chai latte. Dude, I told you to do this. I told you to do this like a year ago, and you're like, no, I like New York too much. Bro, I told you to do this. You don't listen to me. Listen to me next time. For frick's sake. There's rockets, there's the warm weather that you're looking for, and it's Florida. There's tons of stuff to do. Told you to move to Florida like a year ago. Where were you? You were like, no, I want to enjoy my free vegan chai lattes in New York that I have to pay $30,000 for. Also, less taxes, so I'd automatically make 8% money. There's a reason why people move to Florida, dude. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Because there's nothing to do in New York. It's not that there's nothing to do. There's plenty of things to do in New York, but everything is expensive. Main downside of Florida is hurricane each year in Florida Man. The thing about Florida Man, drummer, is that Florida Man doesn't bother you if you don't bother him. Source, lived in Florida. Second part of that, if you're not near the ocean, it doesn't matter. Hurricanes rarely... Have you ever seen Disney World get destroyed by a hurricane? No. You know why? Because it's inland. If you live in central Florida, you don't need to worry about it as much. Don't get me wrong. It's still a hurricane. You should still take it seriously. But as long as you live in the, not on the coast, like right in here, you're fine. That's why Orlando is such a popular spot. I liked hanging out with Florida Men. Florida Men's freaking cool, dude. Yeah, right in here. I lived in Winter Park. I can show you where my apartment was. This was like 15 years ago at this point, but whatever. Right there. Corner apartment. Right there. I had a lake view. That was where my second apartment was, but my first apartment was on the corner apartment right here. I used to sit on my balcony, right? I used to sit on my balcony drinking beers with my roommates, and so check that out. If you go, hang on, let me find it again. If you go directly east from my apartment, it lines up exactly with 39A. I used to sip brews off the back of my porch and watch shuttles go off into space. Good times, man. Good times. It's fun, man. Florida's amazing. I don't freaking give a frick what anybody says. It's a great place to live. Plenty of stuff to do. Very inexpensive. It was meant to be, Zero. Orlando sucks compared to FLL. Such a nice city. FLL. Fort Lauderdale? Fort Lauderdale? Fort Lawls or Binkelbergs? Until the hurricanes come. Jim, if you live inland, it's not a problem. It's like the opposite of a snowstorm. If you live near the ocean, the snow isn't that bad. If you live near the ocean in a tropical climate, the hurricanes are bad. But if you live inland, it's not too bad, dude. Like I said, I live there, man. I live there. I really miss it. Anyway. All right. We have work to do. If you see behind Hangar M, there's a turning basin at Cape Canaveral. They're going to transport the OLM to a barge there and towards the turning basin at Kennedy. The OLM is too heavy before they were going to transport it on the road. I heard about that, Forge. Yeah, the completed OLM is too heavy. They can't move it on land. Yep. You've said that already, yes. And I ignored you the first time. And guess what? I'm ignoring you the second time. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, dear. So, class, we're going to learn about momentum today. Trains carry a lot of momentum. It's really difficult for a train to stop because they have very low rolling resistance. That is the Achilles heel, simultaneously allowing the train to be able to efficiently pull extremely heavy loads for long distances and also not being able to stop. And when the train encounters something in front of it and it can't stop, you usually lose it. Not surprised the train derailed? Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised either, considering that I-beam is digging into the ground and literally lifting the rail up off the ties. See that? That's the rail. That's the rail going up like... Yeah, that's... Oh no, the loco. Oh, that's expensive. That's really expensive. Oh. Ferd! Ferd! See that? That's gonna be really hard to move. Yeah, see? The rail's sheared completely off the tie. Look at that. Look at the tracks. Where is this? Norfolk Southern. It's got to be Georgia. It's got to be down south somewhere. Oh. Dinkelberg. My. What a mess. It's a circus. Remember, the cleanup ain't over till the big dog hounds. Any reported injuries? Nah, nobody's hurt. I mean, did you see that thing just wreck that I-beam? That I-beam is not... This I-beam right there is not... That's a bridge I-beam. That's designed... That's a span. That's designed to hold up stuff. Look at... I mean, that thing is not light, and it's not exactly weak either. Train's just like, nah, I don't give a frick. Holy balls, dude. It's always fascinating when we find leg irons with no legs in them. Where the hell are the keys, son? Where are those keys at? Care to revise your statements, sir? What? You want to change your bullcrap story, sir? He might have got out. Did it shear the I-beam in half? I don't think it was enough force to shear the beam, Rocket Guy. Oh my god, it did. Dude. It sheared it right in half. Look. Look over there. It fell. Holy crap. What the frick? It sheared it right off. Dude, it ripped through it like it was tinfoil. Look, the beam fell on the other side. Rocket Guy, we need to... Do you think there's any way we could calculate the force involved there to shear that I-beam in half? How much force do you need to shear a freaking I-beam? We'd have to get the train speed, right? We'd have to get the train speed. We'd have to get the mass of that locomotive, at the very least, right? And then we would have to get the shear force of steel, right? So what's the shearing force of steel? I don't even know. It depends on what type of steel it is, right? Train looked to be doing about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Oh my goodness, it sheared that beam clean off. Dude, that thing is not light. Everyone that's watching this stream, me included, would not be able to move that beam. Not a chance. We wouldn't even be able to, it wouldn't even budge. Isn't an I-beam designed for more vertical load versus horizontal load? Well, so Jack, yes and no. So an I-beam being longer on this axis is designed for more load that way, but you still have the serif on the top and the bottom. That's speaking in font terms, but whatever. You still have the two horizontals up at the top. That's designed so it doesn't deflect. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can't take as much shearing load as compression load, like top-down as opposed to left-right, but still. Oh, no. Dude, I'm like super interested. Oh. Oh, that looks remarkably a lot like the Fugitive. That looks expensive. I mean, Rocket, they purposely... These locomotives, the chassis for the locomotive has some girth to it, dude. Like, I'm sure you probably know this, dude, but those things are built like tanks on purpose because you have metal wheels on a metal surface. You have super low rolling resistance. Like, so the only way to get traction, right, is to either sand the rails, so literally put sand on the rails to get traction, or make the locomotive extremely freaking heavy. The locomotive acts as a counterweight. That's why for the longest time you saw cabooses at the end. Cabooses are built the same way. They were built, they're heavy. They're really freaking heavy for car. It's a counterweight on the other side to basically keep the train taut so you don't lose traction. So these things are super heavy. I mean, look at how much it dug into the ground. That's unreal, man. Just physics, dude. Freaking physics, man. Yep. Yeah, that is a problem. You know how much momentum this thing needs to carry to fold engines, to fold locomotives in half like that? Well, not in half, but that's... I mean, look. The beam sheared itself right off, sheared the rails right off. Look at... It was concrete? The beam was concrete? Oh, okay. If it's concrete, concrete shears a lot better than steel does. Well, better, but you get what I'm trying to say. If that, I mean, it's a concrete beam. I mean, we still wouldn't be able to move it. That's crazy, dude. Crazy physics right there. I'm happy that nobody is hurt, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say watch a train wreck. When you watch a train wreck, it happens in slow motion. You can't, like... It's carnage, but you can't look away. It's just... Are you... Wait. It's mentioned on Sawyer's second link. Are you sure, man? Concrete doesn't bend like that. But that could just be cracked. Concrete is very bad at shear loads. Concrete does not like to be cracked in half like this. Concrete is amazing at compression load. It can take the load up and down, not left and right. Ask any structural engineer. But even then, I mean, yeah, shearing the concrete is more believable. If that was steel and it sheared right through it, I'd be like, okay. It looks like, I mean, Phil, that looks like a bridge segment. It's probably reinforced concrete. Reinforced concrete is steel encased in concrete. So you're less susceptible to shearing loads, and you can take way more compression. Tractor trailer was waiting for a green light carrying a 134-foot concrete bridge beam. Crossing arms went down. Driver was unable to get out of the way. My house is about 200 to 250 feet from the tracks. My worry is that if there's a chemical spill, not to worry, the actual train would hit us. It's a little uphill. Yeah. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. We'll get into KSP in a second, dudes. I just appreciate the physics going on, but most importantly, I appreciate that no one's hurt. Holy balls, dude. Guys, that locomotive is huge. Those are AC 4400s. Those are big locomotives. They're not small. I'm pretty sure it's an AC 4400. Yeah. Maybe not. Let me see. Let me see it one more time. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is. That's a 44. That's not a small locomotive, dudes. The locos look barely damaged. I mean, I know you know this. They're built like tanks, dude. It weighs 193 tons. Tons. Starship couldn't get this thing into space. Neither could SLS. Neither could the Saturn V. 426,000 pounds, man. That is a freaking monster of a locomotive. And there's 3 of them. Think about how much momentum just the locomotives have, dude. And then they got a couple hundred tons of freight behind them. And that's what causes the fold up like this. That's what causes this to happen. All the momentum from the cars, conservation of energy. It has to go somewhere. If you compress the freight train too much, it'll crumple like an accordion. The cars will start folding over. Yeah, physics, man. That energy's got to go somewhere, so it goes in crumpling load. That's what happens. The locomotives and the cars do this. Every train does that. It's just physics. A fully loaded 70 777-200 weighs about 550,000 pounds. That thing is as heavy as a 777. That's ridiculous. Almost as heavy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, one more picture, and then we'll get to it. It is a reinforced concrete beam. Holy crap. That thing's... Dude. The fact that it sheared it completely is unreal. Yeah, it is reinforced. Look at the steel. Look at the rebar. Holy balls, man. I wonder if there's some procedure coordinating with the rail company to get that beam across the track safely. Hopefully that guy had an oversized load indicator crash. You don't just move around a payload like that on the roads and don't tell anybody. You have to go through the DOT, and you have to have a spotter car in front and back with the oversized load labels if you're moving heavy stuff around. That's DOT regulations, and that's not just the US. Every country does that. Every country does that for a pretty damn good reason. So stuff like that doesn't happen. So I don't know if that guy had indicated load. If he was hauling around a 134-foot concrete beam and didn't have the oversized load indicators on it, you're in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. In fact, here, let me back it up. Do we see an oversized load indicator on the truck? Yep, it's there. See the sign right there? You can barely see it. It's the yellow sign. You have to plan a route with that kind of load, so they had to realize if that light was red that the load would be on the tracks, which is a huge no-no. Yeah, this is straight up bad planning. Somebody didn't do their homework. Somebody definitely didn't do their homework. The arm wasn't down. There's a beam in the way. Okay, that's enough Twitter for today. Let's get it. All right. Oh, yowza. Okay. All right. Really hope that's not how our day is gonna go. New logo's going onto the C-17 building. Did the back fall off that truck? Arctic, that thing sheared that beam completely. It's a reinforced steel beam. Dude, I'm in awe of how much force trains have constantly. Like I know it and I understand the physics. It's still like it is enough to. You don't really realize it because trains move very slow, but just because they're moving slow doesn't mean they don't carry a ton of momentum. KSP mods .dash is what you're looking for. I got you. Oh, Thomas has got you.
Discovery, go at throttle.
And Hillness. Thanks, boys. Total energy in that is probably about the same as a low yield nuke, a good few kilotons. Yeah, energy is fascinating, Tessa, huh? Am I right? Did the cone come off on the truck's second stage? Snickers, did you know that Tim Dodd did helicopter on Starship Moon? Did you update Parallax? No, I haven't. Did you guys know that they did helicopter on a grape? Sorry. Alright, let's reset the track there. Thing is, you never really see all the effects of all that energy and force until something goes wrong. Whether you understand the science behind it or not, it's still fascinating. Yep. Yeah, Wolfie. Absolutely. Don't frick with trains. Trains are the most metal thing around, dude. They're in fact made out of a lot of metal. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Did they did helicopter on the grape surgery? You're welcome for that entertainment. Sorry, can you believe that, dude? Yeah, that guy wasn't indicating load. He really screwed up. You have to route plan all that stuff. The reason, and you want to know the reason why I know about DOT and oversized loads? Loads. You guys want to really know? Here, look. Because I got really interested in how to move big things around on the highway for some curious reason, and the laws governing how you do that. Because it's, I don't know, it might be relevant to my interests somehow. We're being told the truck's second engine was manufactured by Ariane Space. Alex, we need to go in there. They need to go in there and clean house, man. This is ridiculous. They gotta go in there and clean house, man. This is, come on. Come on. It's been my criticism of, like, it's been the criticism that I've had of Ariane Space and, frankly, the European Space Program this entire time, dude. It's like, it's Europe. You guys are Europe. Like, it is a cultural epicenter for the world. All you can do is a medium duty and then a maybe heavy duty launch vehicle. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's all you, like, come on, man. You guys should be up there with us at the forefront. Like, what's going on? If I were Joseph Auschbacher, I'd go in there and be like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing in here? We've had like 6 failures in the past 3 years. Are you kidding me right now? You telling me that a cultural epicenter in the world, we can't build a damn rocket? Elon Musk built this in a cave! Sorry. Yeah. I don't know how that, I don't know. That takes skill, man. It's like muscle cars in the US in the 80s. You made a 5-liter V8 and managed to make it have 150 horsepower. Like, how do you choke off a V8 that much to give it 150 horsepower? How is that even possible? That's just, I'm not even mad. That's like skill. The thing is that Europe doesn't really care about space. The only thing they care about being sufficiently independent from the US and the rest of the world. Ariane 5 was sufficient for that, and Ariane 6 and Vega will be. Ew. Gross. I'm trying to think of a more dense transportation method. I honestly can't think of them. Locomotives are literally as close to just a rolling solid block of metal on wheels as possible. We don't care much about space here, unfortunately. Okay, Cammy, I got an idea. Boys. I got an idea. Okay. We go to the Dutch people. The Dutch people are very, very good engineers, all right? They have been making sure that they have a place to live for centuries, all right? You following me? Following me? Okay, cool. So, we pitch this as an idea. Guess what? Guess what, Dutch people? There is no water in space. You can get as far away from the water as you want by launching into space. That'll get you further away from the water. Then you don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about your home getting flooded. Just saying. I guarantee you they'll have a base on the moon within 5 years. Guarantee you. Guaranteed. Yeah, ik spreek good Netherlands. I can negotiate with them. All right, do it, please, please. Tell them that. Be like, yo, there's no water on the moon. We don't have to. You don't have to worry. I mean, well, there is water on the moon, but it's frozen. It's frozen, so you don't have to worry about it flooding. They'll be like, what? And then you can bring your windmills as well. But EJ, there is no wind on the moon. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's okay. No, I'm just kidding. You guys are all right. But also, there's Little Water and Cutter. You want them as a competition in space too? Cutter hasn't been literally trying to wage a war against water for hundreds of centuries. Not hundreds of centuries, but you get the idea. Hundreds of years. Yeah, see? Yeah, Alex. Yeah, no, that's right. They literally constantly fight against the ocean. Telling me people that are constantly fighting against the ocean wouldn't be good at colonizing space, wouldn't be good at colonizing every... Oh my gosh, that makes a lot more sense now. Today the ESA sailing vessel came by your office. Oh, cool! Look at that thing. That's pretty neat. It's in your blood, guys. It's in your blood. The moon is there for the taking. You can colonize it. They'd be like, what? Really? What do you think we're trying to do? No, seriously, build more spacecraft. This is ridiculous. Telling me you guys can't get a medium-duty launcher to work correctly? There's no excuse for that. You're freaking Europeans, all right? Come on. I know I give you guys a lot of crap, but I know you guys know what you're doing. The reason why I give you guys a lot of crap is because it's funny to give you crap because you know what you're doing. That's the joke. That's the whole joke. You know, if it was somebody that didn't know what they were doing and you were giving them crap, it wouldn't be funny. It would be just real. That's not funny. Geckolonisurd. I don't know what that means, but alright. In Venice, there's a megastructure to control sea level. I would say that, Leop, that we should probably have more Italians trying to do the same thing and going into space, but that might not be the right thing to say right now. Want to see something funny? Boeing funded a study to use Starliner in rectilinear halo orbit in Mars flyby. That's an oldish meme about Netherlands colonizing the crap out of everybody. Well, saying there's oil in other countries, so the U.S. is going to go there is also an old meme, but people still make that joke. Also, you guys got any oil? I'm asking for a friend. I mean, the Netherlands has a control center for ISS research close to it. It's called S-Tech. Yep. We only have gas. Gas is good. Gas is kind of like oil. Yeah, T-Men, it sucks. The PDF linked in the response was this. Though Boeing Space's Starliner was designed for LEO missions, supporting ISS and commercial stations earlier this year, they quietly suggested it could be used for crewed lunar missions as well. See, guys, this is what I'm talking about, man. Every once in a while, dudes, we get little bits and pieces of stuff dropped that indicates a higher flight rate of SLS. Even if it's just a stupid study like this. This is just a trade study. It doesn't mean anything. But every single one of these trade studies I've seen involves multiple SLS launches per year. More than 2 for the Artemis missions. Guys, something's stirring the Kool-Aid with SLS, and I don't know what it is. Dutch people, after they realize Mars hasn't been colonized yet. Yep, see you later. We're going to this place. We're going to colonize it. It's red. Red, guess what? Red is almost orange. We're going to go there, and we're going to take that place. Turn the entire planet orange. It's going to be great. It exists and it works. Yeah, but Rogue, I was seeing this stuff even before SLS flew. You know? Yeah, Buck, you know what trade studies like this tell me? There's a lot of money behind commercial missions. There's a lot of money behind commercial missions. Why would Boeing even be pitching this idea? Why would they even be pitching this idea? Think about it. What is the profit here? So everybody knows that Boeing is very profit oriented. What company isn't nowadays? Like, you know, they try to say that they're, oh yeah, we're in it for other reasons. Don't get me wrong, some of them are. Some of them are in it for pretty noble goals, but they, you know, the dirty secret there, fellas, is that you can make money and have a noble goal at the same time. It definitely works. And it's definitely the way that companies make a lot of money. Now, what's the profitability in sending Starliner to the moon? Where's the profit there? They wouldn't be doing a study like this if they didn't see some form of return on investment here. Even from the study, there's a reason why this study was done. Because they want to bypass Orion. IMO Mars is more orange than red. Well, it's perfect. That's an Austrian accent more than a Dutch accent. I have not listened to enough Dutch people talk to be able to replicate that correctly. Main contractor for Boeing is SLS. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. So that's important to understand too. Boeing is the prime contractor for the core stage in the EUS on this thing. Ruag makes the fairings, Northrop Grumman makes the boosters, Aerojet Rocketdyne makes the engines. But Boeing's the prime contractor on all the orange parts, okay? Dutch people are like, what? What? It's because Orion is getting billions in funding. They want a piece of that cake. For what? For what? Look, Forge, I agree. You're absolutely right. But I think that statement in itself can be extrapolated more. I think we can make some reasonable conclusions. What's the reasonable conclusion? The reasonable conclusion is that there is going to be somehow increased demand for SLS launches and lunar missions in the future. What else could it be? You mean L3 Harris makes the engine? I'm not calling them that, Rocket Guy. I will never call them that. I know about the acquisition. I'm never call L3. No. I would rather call them Aerojet Rocketdyne and L3 Harris Company. Didn't Lockheed Martin originally make the external tank? No, Boeing made the ET and the Saturn V first stage. Orion is going to have a good future. They want to be more of a part of that. So, Forge, are we potentially seeing a drastic legislative expansion of lunar economy? What's the reason? And this is what I'm getting at, dude. There's a reason for the only thing that I see is more funding for lunar missions in the future. Because no one's going to kick the ball off more than the Artemis program, right? We have a viable pathway to the moon. So Boeing is looking to open up more viable pathways to the moon? Why? What's the purpose? What's the return on investment here? Government missions? No, the Artemis program with the Orion capsule is locked in missions until the end of this decade. All the way up to Artemis 12. You're telling me there's going to be a lunar economy after that? See what I mean? There's something here. There's a bit of information, and all signs are pointing to higher frequency of mission of SLS launches. There's no way that that's not happening. Hey Sim, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? Hopefully actual additional funding and not pseudo funding increases due to inflation, which actually doesn't even keep up with inflation like this year's funding bill. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. It's an interesting thing to ponder, dudes. Anyway, let's jump back over to Kerbal. Anyway, Sim, how are you, dude? Does that line up with SLS production processes being made more efficient too? Yeah, Sim. Absolutely. Dude, I've been saying this once, I'll say it again. They're setting up SLS to launch more than 2 times a year. The tooling and how they're going about building it indicates that there's more than just NASA. More than just NASA for SLS launches. And dude, I don't know who else is the customer. I have no freaking clue. They want a bigger piece of cake, the cake forge. Yeah, but there isn't bigger pieces of cake. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Unless NASA's going to cook up a bigger cake, or they're anticipating a huge economic boom around lunar space, which... Doing all right, EJ. How are you? I can't complain, Sim. I can't complain, dude. We've been doing a lot of talking about what's going on with spaceflight today because, Sim, the European Space Agency, well, Arianespace, a French operator, went to launch one of their rockets last night, and it popped on the way up. It popped on the way up. Not good. Not good. So we've been talking a lot about, like, commercial space economics and stuff. Yeah, the thing went kaput. No, it was a Vega C. Vega C's Zafiro second stage. Okay. So, Sim, I'm not sure how much you know about, like, rockets and stuff, dude, but... So, solid rocket boosters. Solid rocket boosters, if you ever played Kerbal, you can't shut them off. They don't flame out. They go until they can't maintain combustion chamber pressure, and then even then, they shoot flames out. Right? There's really no way to shut it off. So, we were watching Ariane launch Vega C last night, right? And... we were watching them launch Vega C, and like about 3.5 minutes into the mission, the second stage, which is a solid rocket booster on Vega, was firing, and then it shut off. No explosion, no big cloud of smoke or anything. The SRB literally just shut off, and the payload in the third stage, the fourth stage, and the payload just kind of met their demise in the ocean. We watched it happen in real time. It is very, very interesting because SRBs don't flame out. So this one shut off. It shut off, like no flames coming out the back, which I think Sim is stalking his viewers. Sim just Sim just likes watching good streamers. You have impeccable taste in stream viewing, sir. Let me see JSP. Oh, very nice. Yeah, no, very nice. I sure do. Yeah. That's the reason, right? Anyway, Sim, I do appreciate you coming in here. It actually means a lot. You know, it's very like, Sim, you correct me if I'm wrong. If you have another streamer that you know streams a lot and does it for a job come in and watching you, like, dude, I lurk your stream all the time. If you have another streamer that's pretty well known watching you, like, it's a really good feeling because you know you're doing something right. You're like, oh, that guy knows a lot about streaming. Oh, he watches my stream. Ah. Thanks, Sim. Right on, man. Likewise, dude. Likewise. Sim has probably the most cozy stream on Twitch by a long shot. Yeah. Great streamer, guys. Fantastic. Doesn't get better, dude. But anyway, it's good to see you, man. It's really like endearing, you know, to be seeing you in here. That makes me happy. You know, like you're constantly, you know, back me up. Like you're constantly thinking, you know, am I doing a good job? You know, is this the kind of thing that people want to see? If you see big names in here, that means people like. That means you're on the right track. You know? It makes me happy, dude. You know, can confirm. As an EJ mod, Sim streams are incredibly cozy, even when he's playing Tarkov. Sim, I don't know how you can play Tarkov and make it as cozy as it is. It's like that scene in Space Jam when Michael Jordan is playing for the baseball team, you know, and they're like, oh, Mike, that was a good-looking strikeout. That was a great-looking strikeout, Mike. It was perfect. And then I'm the other guy in the back. It's like, yeah, man, when I strike out, it's not good, man. It's nasty, man. Like, that's me, you know? That's me when I play Tarkov. And you know, when I strike out, man, it's nasty, man. Like, me playing Tarkov is not a fun experience for viewers. Ready for the new wipe? No. No. Oh, dear. Have you ever played Flight Sim? Sure, Tony. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yes, no. Back to Mosin Gang, dude. Oh, dear. All right. So, fellas, I was going to bring this shuttle down last night. We were on the CTS-5 mission. So this is the 5th flight for my shuttle in this save. Should probably name it correctly. Let me check our consumables here. We have 551 liquid fuel. That should be enough to get us home. Oh yeah, mission mode. It should be enough to get us home. What I'm thinking is maybe we could go get the upper stage, the Puma. You guys want to try for that recovery today? The integrated support structure still can accept the incoming stage. So let me bring you up to speed. The mission last night that I did, we sent this shuttle up and we launched an upper stage. That's the holder for the upper stage. And the upper stage had a satellite attached to it. The satellite was TDRS 3. We launched that, and we put that up into space. And now I have a continual triangulated satellite coverage for low Kerbal orbit. So we always have a connection around LKO. And then we have our deep space network that we built. We built the ground tracking stations using Kerbal Construct. These are actually DSNs. They're not just ground tracks. So we have Diego Kerman right there. And then we have Kerbera. And then I have the desert. And the fjords is a small ground tracking station there. We can actually open that up if we want. And then we have KSC. So I have deep space for the deep space network for DSN tracking. If you notice that these lines right there are pinging that aging satellite out there. No, Diego Kerman. They all have the same last name. It's close enough. Puma Cheetah. Yep. So we have our tracking system up, so we're good for lower Kerbal orbit operations with the shuttle. You know what? I don't need the Fjord ground station open just yet. We have to adjust these things to only track stuff in low Kerbal orbit. Like, 100 or 10 million is too much. We should go there and adjust that next time. That's fine. .405th out of Diego Kerman. Covenant whipped most of them out before they hit the ground. Yeah. So, you got the ground stations working. Yep. The aging satellite is a commercial mission, Batten. Yeah, we did. Who's in charge now, Corporal? Sergeant Banks, ma'am. Spin down up front. Come on, I'll show you. So, what we got to do here, what I'm thinking is we have consumables. Let me look. Let me take a look. So the Delta Wings don't carry any liquid fuel. So we have plenty of fuel cell. We have plenty of fuel cell, so the shuttle can stay on orbit. But here's the thing. We have our aft ohms pods back here. They're at about a half tank. And then our forward ohms pod tank is not even close to being at a half tank. The reason why these ones have so much stuff left over is because of our insertion orbit. That's the reason why. My fuel cells, we got plenty of fuel cell. That's enough fuel cell to last us on orbit for a long time. My shuttle doesn't have any solar panels. It's not really supposed to be up here for long periods of time. Solar panels are just expensive. So it's really not supposed to be here for a long period of time. It's supposed to just go up and come back down, which is what the real space shuttle was originally supposed to do. So I'm kind of wondering now, guys, that you can't stick it, you're on. Yeah, Pythos, I remember that trailer where they were like, fragging clear. You just don't get games like that anymore. So we got plenty of fuel cell, and we got a good amount. We got a good amount of delta V left over. Let me just make sure my delta V indicators are reading correctly. 276. That's enough to get home. We could probably stay up here for another day or two. If either one of these, if any one of these run out, we're screwed. We're screwed. Because then I can stay up here on fuel cell power, but there is no way, just like the real shuttle, there's no way to refuel this up in space. There's no way to do it. These are cross-fed purposely to not be able to move fuel around. The one exception is the RCS. RCS pulls from everything, which is a little annoying, but the Puma has plenty of fuel, Papa Bear, but I designed all these systems on here in a way. I designed the systems on here in such a way that you cannot pull fuel. We're going to have to dump the fuel, the extra fuel from the Puma. There's no way to stay up here. I can't transfer it to the ohms tanks. There's no way to do it. That's on purpose. So that's my aft ohms pods over here. And I'm just not sure if we're going to have enough fuel to stay up here and wrangle that stage. We should be good to do it. So the Puma could rendezvous with the shuttle. Yeah, it could. That's not really what I'm worried about, dude. What I'm worried about is just staying up here. Staying up here because the shuttle... I actually learned that... And this... Screw me, I should have probably knew this. The shuttle doesn't have any CMGs on it. There's no gyroscopes on this thing. It uses RCS to stay in the right orbit. What, Sam X, a Puma? So those are my fuel cells over here. And this is my front tank. So I'm just worried about consumables, dude, to be honest, because it doesn't seem to be pulling. The RCS is pulling from these tanks as it should, and it seems like the fuel cells are also pulling from just these tanks, which is really annoying. There's really no way to get around it. I can't tell what tanks the RCS needs to use. The shuttle doesn't have gyros. Buran does, interestingly enough. Yeah, the shuttle doesn't have a gyroscope package on it. There's no control moment gyros on this thing. It used small vernier thrusters to... What the hell? Hello? Freaking PID, man. I did not touch the thing. It uses small vernier thrusters to be able to just stay here. Could the shuttle have a gyro system in the payload bay if they had a mission that required one? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll leave this in low Z thrust. So the reason why I bring up control moment gyros and how that all works is because rendezvous operations with the arm and stuff and pulling the Puma in could shake the shuttle around like what you just saw, and the SAS could go insane like it was doing, and we could end up having a little bit of an issue there. I wonder why they decided against gyros. Mass. There's no need for them, Sebi. Gyros, dude, the gyros in Kerbal are so ridiculously overpowered. Honestly, control moment gyros in real life, not even anywhere close to the amount of torque can be generated from those. Like, dude, no way. You're not even close. Dude, a gyro to move the entire shuttle around, to be able to rotate the shuttle, would take up like half of the payload bay. See, Jack, I'm not sure where my abort is. We really haven't had a mission where we would stay up here for long periods of time. That's really what I'm worried about. I'm worried about not having enough fuel, because we're already kind of low. I've never let the shuttle get this low before. I'm sure it'll be okay. I'm really positive that it's really not going to be an issue. It's just, you know, is it an acceptable risk? That's all. I would prefer to come up here with a shuttle that's fully refueled. I guess you're totally against having an RTG on a shuttle, dude. Having something radioactive on the shuttle like that for a long period of time is not a good idea. You're gonna irradiate the crew more than they already are. No, Hokey, no fuel transfer. I set this thing up just like the real one. The only way you can refuel this is if you recover the shuttle. Or if we were playing with mission mode 2 rules, the only way you'd be able to refuel it would be to have a Kerbal attach a docking port to these tanks right here and then flow the fuel manually. That's the only way. It's just like the real shuttle. You can't transfer any fuel. Is fuel flow priority correct, or does that not matter for RCS? Fuel flow priority is correct. I have it draining. The RCS drains from these tanks, and it doesn't drain from the fuel cells. But the problem is, I think the fuel cells don't pull from these tanks either. There's no real way, except if we were using kRPC, for the fuel cells to be able to pull from just these tanks. I could write a code. We could write a script that works with the shuttle to have the fuel cells pull from a certain tank with a tag. We could do that, and then just use natural fuel priority. I think I just want to bring this one down, Ren. But also, we're already here, so maybe we should. What do you guys think? My original plan before we launched was to bring Puma back. And then last night I decided not to. No, it's designed to work like the real one, Hokey. Yeah. Bring it back down and set up another one to go get it and bring an extra fuel pallet. Do not change the strategy mid-race. Better safe than sorry. Yep. Cool. Alright. Well, that's it then. I'm initiating Coal Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. Alright. So the Puma's right behind us, but we'll just leave it there and we'll rendezvous with the next mission. So the next mission, we could do a commercial mission as well. We'll do a commercial. We'll see if there's any good commercial contracts with this thing, and we'll go from there. I need to get it so we're in the daytime. Stupid atmosphere. I can't see anything. Put the fuel cells on something that has no crossfeed. RCS bypasses crossfeed rules, KKAN. We already tested this. It's really annoying. Yeah, Alex, I think we're gonna grab it on the next one. We'll grab it with the next flight. So what I'll do on the next flight, we'll bring some commercial payloads up, and we'll put the commercial payloads in the front part of the payload bay. like, we can make a little payload dispenser and maybe make a commercial satellite so we could do some contract missions. Because I wanted to use the commercial. This is part of the reason why I wanted to be in career mode. I wanted to have some commercial deployment missions, not to make profit. I technically have an unlimited budget here with this save, but it's just a cool thing to do to fill up the aggregate space so we give the shuttle more things to do. That's what they planned to do. They planned on making the shuttle into a rideshare thing. The shuttle was going to be basically the commercial market killer because you get your stage back. You get your upper stage, technically, part of your upper stage back. Yeah, it's called the Getaway Special Program. They were going to launch commercial satellites with the shuttle with the aggregate payload space. So, like, say in this scenario, we had a probe on a Centaur or a Centaur G, right? And that probe and Centaur were like 10 tons. That's half the shuttle's payload. That's an aggregate amount. It's half the shuttle's payload capacity. Shuttle could be filled in 25 tons with 25 tons of payload. If you have 2 more satellites that are 5 tons each, you have a 10-ton stage and payload, and then 2 more satellites. Right there, that's 20 tons. And most commercial satellites are not that heavy, right? Or not that high mass. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to fill up the aggregate payload space, and that's what I want to do. That's why the other day we were working on trying to build out a shuttle pallet so we could deploy stuff. And that's why I did so much research into it. Because I want to do commercial missions on top of the missions that we already have. RCS does abide by fuel priority from what I understand, Jack, yes. Falcon 9 is doing it. Falcon 9 is basically doing exactly what they wanted, what NASA wanted the space shuttle to do. I need to be able to see the Kerbrian Peninsula here. Yeah, there, I can see it. All right, so let's get this thing stowed and ready to go for deorbit procedures. First thing we'll do is we'll reverse the controller on the manipulator positioning mechanism, fold the arm back in. We will safe the controller on the Puma integrated support structure. Motors are locked out. Good. Yeah, Sebi, that's the transporter missions that Falcon 9 does. That's what the Getaway Special Program was with the shuttle. It's really, really freaking annoying because the shuttle could do it, and it could do it better than Falcon 9. Okay, our manipulator positioning mechanism. Almost in the retracted position. Okay. Put the locking pins in on the arm stowage controller. Pins are in. Disable the manipulator positioning mechanism controller. Manipulator positioning mechanism controller is locked out. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is bring the KU band antenna in. And should have a momentary loss of signal here. You're now retracting the antenna. We have a loss of signal here as expected. It looks like the shuttle's antenna, we might need to carry 2 antennas. The onboard, this antenna is enough to reach TDRS, but for high bandwidth, but we might need a passive antenna on board as well. I'm actually kind of wondering now where that dang antenna was, but that's okay. We could do that. We'll do that research when we get back down. Because the Falcon 9's second stage is expended versus the shuttle's engineless tank and 2 cheap SRBs, was the shuttle technically cheaper to launch? I knew that question was coming, Hypersonic. Yes and no. So here's the thing. SRBs need to be refurbished, right? You have to go fish the casing out of the water with a boat, break out another 1,000. Boats are not cheap, right? And then you have to ship those casings. They had to ship the casings back to Ogden, Utah, so they could basically repack the SRBs. And they shipped them via train, which is fine. Now, here's the thing. If you employ that in mass, sure, absolutely. Building aluminum, so the external tanks on the shuttle are literally as simple as you can make a rocket fuel tank. They're about as simple as like a propane tank that you use for your grill. The ET was not complicated. Now, once again, what does that mean? You don't have any ullage tanks, so there's no helium tanks, no COPVs inside. All those systems were on the shuttle. You have autogenous pressurization with these things, so the external tank didn't need. These create the gas for the ullage for the tank ullage. So basically, all the systems to make the external tank operate correctly were on the shuttle. That's part of the reason why making SLS has been so ridiculously complicated, because they had to take all those systems off of the shuttle, make them not reusable, right? And then put them into the main propulsion system, put them into the back of the core stage to get the core stage to work correctly. The core stage is basically a shuttle and an external tank combined into one thing with no wings. That's basically what SLS's ET is. So because the shuttle had all the systems on board, external tank manufacturing was simple and very easy. Like, if you look at the inside of an ET, they are not complicated. Caps lock was on because of fine control. This thing is about as simple as you can make it. If you look here, you have your hydrogen line there, and then this is carrying like the gas lines, and then electrical. And then over here, that's the hydrogen. So there's your hydrogen repress system. There's the oxidizer repress. There's the LOX line ox repress system right there. These two steel lines that are going up the side, those are your pneumatic repressurization lines. And it's not a common bulkhead, very simple to make. And you just spray paint it with foam. And then you have these struts here, very simple. It's a very simple piece of equipment for like comparatively to the rest of the shuttle program. Very easy to make. The tanks are not hard to make. Look at SpaceX with Starship, hypersonic. What are the first things we really kind of got? We got the tanks first. Tanks are very easy to manufacture. It's the propulsion that's the hard part. And because the shuttle brings the propulsion back, making a new external tank every time, not a big deal. It's literally smart reuse, like what ULA plans to do with Vulcan, only a shuttle instead, right? They combine the engine section and the payload bay fairing. And they just put it on the side. It's an ingenious idea. But since this thing was so ridiculously simple, you don't incur a lot of cost making this, because you're not making a new engine every time. You're just making the fuel tanks. Fuel tanks are the easy part. Now, curiously enough, look at this graphic. Look at the LOX tank. Do you see any stringers inside of the LOX tank? Nothing. Smooth on the inside. They're just sheets of aluminum, and they put some anti-slosh baffles in there because that's easier to manufacture. The hydrogen tank has an iso grid in it. See, because it's designed to carry more structure because the shuttle's attached to it, right? LOX tank doesn't need to carry any load. It's actually being pushed up by the SRBs and the shuttle, right?
Discovery.
Shuttle's forward attachment point is on the inner tank, so you could afford to make the LOX tank not structural. That's another thing that was hard to figure out with SLS. You had to make this thing structural now, and making that out of a different form of aluminum and then putting stuff on top of it is kind of asking a lot for the engineering, right? So the tank's very simple to make. So losing the tank every time, not a big deal. Now with the SRBs, like I said, you got to ship those back to Utah and then bring them back. Here's the only way that the cost comes down. Mass production. That's the only way. It's the only way to do it. The shuttle, the Rockwell engineers, when they went to design the shuttle, knew good and well that picking SRBs up out of the ocean doesn't really make sense. The only reason picking SRBs up out of the ocean makes sense is if you're doing it a lot. If it's literally, if you have such a high demand for launches, right? If you have such a high demand for launches that you literally cannot manufacture these things fast enough, then reusability makes sense. If you, hypersonic, it's like, think about it like what Tori Bruno said about ULA. ULA could have done reusability a long time ago. There's no money in it. There's no money to do it. Right? There's no money to do it. But when Jeff Bezos came and ordered 38 Vulcan launches, now there's money to do it. Now there's market demand. They're not going to make a business investment that is too risky because it's old space. That's how they roll. But they're very conservative on purpose. Now, if there's a market for it, sure, then it absolutely makes perfect sense to do that. To fish out the SRBs and then ship them back to Utah and create a supply chain. But it all goes back to demand of launches. And what did they want to do with the shuttle? They wanted to launch the shuttle once a week. So that favors refurbishability, and that favors, you know, reusing your upper stage motors. Now with Falcon 9 is a lot simpler of a system, and it's almost simple enough to where losing your second stage is not that big of a deal. It's really not a problem. But the shuttle, I guarantee you, if the shuttle operated as much as Falcon 9 does, I guarantee you it would be cheaper. Oh, absolutely. Even though it probably took way more development money and way more investment into the supply chain to get it to launch once a week. Once it launches once a week, right, provided the demand is there, once it did that, right, then the cost of it goes to nothing, basically. Because your demand for rocket launches is not equaling the supply of shuttle missions, right? And because it's because the DoD was going to use it, and NASA, and commercial launches, that was their way of trying to flatten the demand, so the supply and demand for shuttle launches stays kind of equal to each other, and that would bring the cost down, absolutely. Unfortunately, there was not a high enough demand for launches. NASA dictated to the Department of Defense that the shuttle should be used for all their launches. DoD, most likely rightly so, declined and removed themselves from the program. Hey, Chuck. Oh, hey, what does this big red button saying do not push do? If you mess in hypersonic, this is a reality of the space program that people need to understand. This is very, very, very important. It does not matter. That's the key. It doesn't matter if your vehicle is partially reusable, fully reusable, fully expendable. Demand is what matters the most. Demand is what matters the most. If the demand is extremely high and you have a launch vehicle like Omega that's all solid rockets, it's easy to manufacture solid rockets. You could operate that in an expendable capacity and fly on Falcon 9's flight rate and probably make money. Probably be cheaper than Falcon 9 in the long shot because SRBs have two moving parts. That's kind of what ABL is supposed to. That's kind of what ABL is trying to do. Hey, Hokey, 10 subs. Again, man? Oh, you guys are too good to me. See what I'm talking about? It doesn't matter. Don't get me wrong, high flight rate favors reusability. And that's what I mean. If you launched Falcon 9, you know, Falcon 9 being partially reusable, getting your first stage back, and then getting your payload fairings back, and you launched a shuttle on the same flight rate, I'm not sure the shuttle could be as cheap as Falcon 9, maybe as cheap as Falcon Heavy, but you got to remember, the shuttle can do with an IUS or a Centaur G in the payload bay, it can do everything that a Falcon Heavy can do and more. This is why I was so bummed out when I figured out that Centaur G was abandoned because it wasn't safe, right? Because of Challenger, right? Because the shuttle, if you think about it, the shuttle with Centaur G in the payload bay is literally SLS Block 1 capability. It's the same capability. That's ridiculous. Actually, SLS is a little bit more because 5-segment booster and 4 shuttle engines, but it's almost SLS Block 1 capability in a reusable package. There are two very viable approaches to lowering launch costs. High reusability of systems or high mass production capability. Astra in ABL versus Rocket Lab and SpaceX. Both are very viable. High flight rate works for both approaches. But yeah, as Rocket Guy's saying, hypersonic, it comes down to demand. If we compared Falcon 9 to the space shuttle and we had static demand, if both those vehicles were competing against each other, I'd probably take the shuttle. Shuttle will probably end up being more expensive on a per unit cost, but it does way more for the extra money that you're paying. It's like if you get a pickup truck versus a semi truck. You know what I mean? Pickup truck is good. It's real good. But if you have a pickup truck that can only haul 2,000 kilos around, right? And your demand for payload is 5,000 kilos, then a semi truck makes more sense. So, I mean, the space shuttle can do a bunch more of those smaller 2,000 kilogram payloads. You can launch more of them in one shot, and vehicle operation is not very high. Falcon 9 probably costs the same amount of money to operate as the shuttle. Well, not necessarily. The shuttle's probably more expensive for operations because there's people on board. But Falcon 9 launches with people on board too. And it is more expensive than a Falcon 9 with just a fairing up at the top. Why? A Dragon capsule's a little more complicated than a fairing. Accent slipped out. Shut up. The shuttle's just so cool. As a pilot myself, the thought of landing a shuttle is just cool. Hypersonic, you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. If the demand was static and if the demand was static at a constant rate, I would take this all day, every day. This can do way more than Falcon 9. For instance, it can bring payload down. You can bring people and cargo down in one shot. It is such a well-designed package for a launch vehicle. It still blows my mind to this day how ingenious some of the systems on board this thing actually are. That's why we have chassis cabs in Europe. You have to actually put it to work for those niche use cases. Otherwise, you're paying for capability you don't need and will never use. And that actually, Rocket Guy, that's true. That brings in another question here in terms of like cost. What type of what's the demand? What is the demand for the market? Is the demand big satellites going to geostationary transfer orbits? Because then Falcon 9 might do a little bit better than the shuttle, because Falcon 9 can do that in one shot. With the shuttle, you have to get it into low Earth orbit, then you have to deploy the upper stage, and then you can move stuff to GTO that way. Falcon 9 operations in that regard are a lot simpler. Is there demand for tourism into space? Because if there's a demand for tourism into space, then the shuttle might be more prudent. Why? Well, it can hold more people than Dragon. Shuttle can move 8. Well, the most it ever moved was 8. It really depends on payload bay configuration. If you're launching with no payload in the payload bay, you can absolutely move 8 people on that thing, no problem. What type of demand are we talking about? See what I mean? It really depends. But in a market where there's static demand for any type of satellite launch, I'll take the shuttle. I'd take the shuttle. Falcon 9 is way simpler, absolutely, but the shuttle does more things. You could, and here, this is another thing that you have to take into consideration. Like I said, demand, right? There's demand for rockets. So the demand is only for doing geostationary transfer missions, like what I said. Falcon 9 would probably be a better application than the space shuttle, because the space shuttle has to stop in low Earth orbit. It can't do direct to geo because you have to deploy the stage out of the payload bay, right? So that's adding a bunch of extra steps, and you have to launch people if you're going to geostationary transfer. Falcon 9 destroys the shuttle on capability there because it's so much simpler to operate, right? But what if down the road, because of these what if, say, you still did it with the shuttle? It doesn't mean it's the worst way to do it, but say you still did that. Does a demand emerge for bringing back space junk in the future? Commercial tourism? Commercial space stations? Is an emerging market happening because of the vehicle that you made? Or did you build your vehicle in response to the demand that already exists? New markets might open up because your vehicle has new capability. That's the SpaceX approach. That's why they bid Starship. Because a new market could open up when you have a vehicle the size of a shuttle external tank landing on the moon. And their stated goals is to already do that anyway, so. Rice Space Report has been showing a very, very steady trend for small satellites, less than 750 kilograms. That's where the market is going. Mega constellations, indeed. Large sats have bottomed out to about a 15 a year, and that's very slowly going back up, but there's still less than 20 currently a year. Small sat mega constellations like Starlink, Project Kuiper from Amazon, OneWeb, O3B mPower, stuff like, even mPower is not really a small sat. That's a MEO sat, but whatever. You got to think about what the demand is. Are you building for the said demand? You know, like, there's a lot of stuff to take into account. In that regard, the market is very diversified in terms of demand. There's demand for human space flight for the ISS. Not that much, but it's there. ISS resupply, small sat launching, and big sat launching. Shuttle can literally do all of those things, but so can Falcon 9. See what I mean? That's what I mean when I say that Falcon 9 is literally doing what NASA wanted the space shuttle to do. I was excluding all of the mega constellations even in that. Yeah. But does the shuttle make sense for launching a mega constellation, Rocket Guy? That's a good question. Could the shuttle do what Starlink does? Could the shuttle do what Falcon 9 does with Starlink? Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Easy. But your day-to-day operations with your Starlink missions are now way more complicated because you need to launch people for every Starlink mission. I love refrigerators. You could easily do a mega constellation in one shot if they were all CubeSats. You guys got to remember, the shuttle can bring up 25 metric tons of payload. It could probably, and with the size of its payload bay, it could probably move like 60, 70 Starlink satellites in one shot. No problem. It has more payload capacity than Falcon 9, and it's reusable. Yeah, it's interesting. Hypersonic, to go back to your original question, could the shuttle be as cost effective as Falcon 9? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Oh yeah. It depends on the demand of the market, really. It depends on the demand. It depends on the demand of the market. That's really what it comes down to. I think if we're anticipating static demand and, small sat, large sat, ISS crew missions and ISS resupply, I would probably take the shuttle in that regard. Yeah, I'd take a fleet of orbiters in that regard. For low Earth orbit stuff. It could with a lot of ifs. Yeah. Hey, Ray, what's going on? By now, would they have upgraded the shuttle to fly autonomously? Yeah, the dirty little secret, Hypersonic, is that the shuttle could fly autonomously. The shuttle could fly autonomously. It absolutely could. But they didn't do that. You could hotwire it. You could hotwire it to work. I learned about that from reading the Columbia Accident Investigation Report. The shuttle could fly autonomously. It's always had autonomous capability, but you would have had to have hotwired the thing. Even through plasma blackout. Yeah, sure. The shuttle automatically flies through re-entry, Hypersonic. Nobody ever dead sticked a re-entry except on STS-2. The shuttle was flown manually through re-entry just once, just to see if it would work. Every other time has been autonomous. Most of the shuttle operations on this thing are through the flight computer. No, Pythos, if you read the accident investigation, they would have had to run some wires from the computers in the avionics bay to the flight controls. And don't get me wrong, the shuttle could have been hotwired to do that on the ground. What I read about is how they would do it if they were already on orbit. They could tell the shuttle to operate remotely. That's totally doable. Shuttle could land by itself. They just never did it because if the shuttle can land by itself, why the heck are we putting people on it? See what I'm talking about? I'm not going to sit here and say like they didn't give shuttle crew of 7, and cargo capability all in one shot to try and make a vehicle that does everything. The shuttle was trying to anticipate a market demand that would get created from high frequency of launches through government subsidy, exactly what Falcon 9 was doing. But I'm not going to sit here and say like they didn't make it continuously manned for no reason. They did that to give NASA and the DoD something to do. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's got a fly-by-wire system. The computer is interpolating all the commands inputted. It's fly-by-wire. It can be remotely landed. Yeah, they said it in the Columbia Accident Investigation Report. It's definitely doable. Makes you wonder why that wasn't one of the test flights to start with. I don't know. But the idea with putting people on board this thing and flying it a lot was to kind of normalize flying people into space, which really, really makes a lot of sense when you think about it. All right, let's get this shuttle back down. But yeah, hypersonic, could it be operated at the cost and scale of Falcon 9? Sure. I'm not so sure about cost, even with present market conditions. It would cost a lot. But yeah, you do anything in scale as long as the demand is there, sure, why not? All right, let's get her back down. That's terrible, Phil. It's amazing it's all running on 4 separate 1.2 megahertz IBM AP101 in lockstep. That 1.2 megahertz flight software is designed in the 70s. Hardware from the same era. Shuttles, dude, the shuttle was light years ahead of its time. It was light years ahead of its time, dude. And what still blows my mind is that the shuttle is a first attempt. It's a first attempt at a reusable launch vehicle. Can you believe that? This is a first attempt? You gotta be kidding me. Now get the tank back? No. It'd be better to just take the tanks up into space. Nice, Puck. Alright. Let's get Pathfinder back down. Okay, Pathfinder, you are go for payload bay door close. Let's get the orbiter maneuvering systems primed up and ready to go. Burn time is 27 seconds. We're going to half that. We'll just burn at node in T-minus 15. Okay, go for deorbit burn. That's correct, someone. I have 2 angle control points in there. One is for the main engines, and the other one is for the OHMS engines. There's 2 of them in there. I switch control between them. Okay, we have a good deorbit burn here. Shutting down and purging out the OHMS engines. How come you wouldn't just send space junk into the sun? Costs too much. Dot dash. You know how much delta V you need to get something inside of the solar corona? You need something bigger than Delta 4 Heavy to get a satellite that's like the size of a smart car anywhere near it. It costs too much fuel. Satellites don't have the Delta V to be able to go that far. Ooh, a little bit of coffee left. Nice. Okay. Now, putting stuff into solar disposal orbits, that's a different story. Cheaper to bring it back down. From a Delta V standpoint, dot dash, yeah. Okay, we're going to reorient Pathfinder here. We'll bring up the aero brake control. Arming the speed brake control. Arming the body flap control. Now, when we're up in space, I have the docking port control points. They're in here somewhere. There they are. There's the one for the OHMS. There's the one for the main engines. When we're re-entering, I always default control back to the Mark III, because that's where you need. That's the control point that you need to get it to fly correctly. Alright, let's bring it down. Okay, we have entry interface. Nova. What's the down mass on this? What was our tested down mass, guys? I forget what we did in testing someone. I think I was able to bring this thing back with like 18 tons in the payload bay, which is... The real shuttle could bring back 12 metric tons. 12 to 13. It really depends on what it is. But I was able to bring back 18, but I would not do that unless we absolutely had to. 18 is like... You're really pushing it. The re-entry, I have re-entry heating cranked up to the highest difficulty. The thermals were really high because we carried a lot of momentum into the atmosphere, and it was very difficult to fly with an extra 18 tons of cargo inside of it. But I did get 18 tons back to the runway. We did do it, which is good. should start to get some entry heating up on the nose. Yep. Can this launch uncrewed? Yep. Sure. Now, like I said, we have a blank check here in my space program. We just fund the thing and we just go from there. Like I just edit in cash, but I still have the career missions because what I really want to see is if we do career missions with this thing, can we offset the cost of the space shuttle? And can we get the shuttle operating? I don't think we'll ever get it to profitable, but could we get it anywhere near profitable using the aggregate payload-based space? I thought that would be a cool thing to do. What's a MySpace program? No, you gotta ask Tom. Yeah, that's why. That's why I chose career mode for mission mode 3, but it's career mode sandbox, if that makes any sense. On paper, it's a career mode save, but I'm playing it like sandbox by editing the money in. Yeah, for sure, Rev. Absolutely. You either die, hero, or see yourself live long enough to become the villain. Savvy. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay, we're going to switch over to the rate controller. Just watch these rates here. Is this the new design? New design. This is my 5th generation shuttle, Phenos, if that's what you're asking. I designed it in November, and it's good for operational missions. We've been just doing missions. Honestly, this shuttle performed so well, I literally ran out of payloads for it to launch. I have to like spend a stream. We have to spend like the streams halfway designing payloads and halfway launching things. Serious. And you know what? The funny thing is that that's exactly what the problem that the real space shuttle had. It was too good. Too good. At what point are you just pissing away money launching 7 people and 25 tons worth of cargo in every launch? But because we're in sandbox, that don't matter. You haven't seen it re-enter before? Oh, well, you're in for a treat here, bud. No viewer-created payloads? We don't have time, RT. I don't have time to manage a program like that. It's better if I just use commercial missions that are in the game. Did any STS missions land at night? Sure. Yeah, STS-135, the last shuttle mission. Dude, yeah, that landed at night. In fact, it was better for the shuttle to land at night. It's less humid in the atmosphere at night in Florida. Seriously. The sun doesn't heat up everything and get that water vapor up. That's better for the tiles. It's better for it to land in dry, less humid conditions. Because that was the problem with the shuttle's tiles. The shuttle's tiles are made out of silica fibers, and they it's like rocks and sand. Like, it's the consistency of, like, it absorbs water like sand does. So the shuttle getting into that humid atmosphere, the tiles would absorb all the water, and the water would stay trapped and push up against the glue that holds the tile to the shuttle, and it would basically be a solvent for the glue, and the tiles would fall off. Thought about a probe core re-entry angle to have the SAS hold prograde while re-entering. I literally just did that, Voodoo. But here's the thing. Okay, it's something that I tell people. Look, even capsules can steer. They can roll the capsule to change the angle of attack on the heat shield. Capsules have cross-range capability. You can fly the capsule down to where you need it to go. It's very rare during any re-entry of any spacecraft that you do a ballistic re-entry, i.e. set it and forget it. No. So I did have the shuttle just SAS lock and increase angle of attack over time. But here's the thing. When I got my re-entry trajectory to where I needed it to be, basically right here, that's when I brought the nose of the thing down a little bit more. Because here's the thing. If you could steer a capsule down, well, you damn sure should be able to steer this thing. It's a freaking space plane. It's designed to fly up here. So, a thing that I tell viewers is that, look, you got a space shuttle. Fly it. The space shuttle has its weird shape, and it flies like dog poop down there because it's designed to fly really well up here. So, it's not set it and forget it, dude. Fly it through re-entry, like what I'm doing right now. You gotta fly the sucker. Could we automate that to an extent with a Cal controller? Yeah, probably. Sure. But I like flying it, man. It's more fun that way. You are controlling how much resistance you are giving it, right? What? Resistance? This isn't electricity, dude. Okay, roll reversal, back to the left. Air resistance. You're changing the angle of attack on the shuttle to either induce more compression, air compression on the bottom of the vehicle. It's not air resistance, it's air compression. Because re-entry heating is caused by air being compressed up against the bottom of the shuttle and ionizing. Basically, the shuttle hits the atmosphere so ridiculously fast it rips air molecules apart. The real shuttle used split S turns, didn't it? Something like that. Hey, come on back now. Okay, Pathfinder control, UHF comm check. Pathfinder control. Okay, we got signal. Read you on the big hat. Sonic booms heard at the Kennedy Space Center. Kerbal Space Center. Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. We came in a little bit hot there, but that's okay. Speed brake helped us out. We can shore up the speed brake, turn on the yaw controller, turn off the RCS. We should be good. So, fellas, we came down with about, we started re-entry with about 550 units of fuel. And we have about 193. And that was using a lot of RCS. So that's just something to note. We need about, for the deorbit burn and RCS control through re-entry, we've used about, what, 250? So I'm going to say, just to be absolutely sure with re-entry, if our liquid fuel levels for consumable goes below 300, you got to come back down. You have to come back down. Yeah, that's what I mean, Ren. We were pushing it. And you gotta remember, you gotta, like, think about it, dude. We used that much. We used that much with no payload in the payload bay. We would have probably needed more RCS to steer this thing with that Puma in the payload bay. See what I'm talking about? It's too risky. I left the shuttle up here for too long. Just launch it only works if we're in engineering mode. I won't launch something in mission mode. The reason why is because whatever happens in this save happens. That's part of my rules for mission mode 3. Mission mode 3 rule set is no reverts. Do it right on the first try or don't do it at all. Okay. Pathfinder with Foggy at the helm here, coming in for final alignment. So extended mission package needs liquid fuel. No, I'm just using liquid fuel as a datum. We have a proportional amount of liquid fuel to oxidizer. This gauge doesn't read right because it's trying to read from the wings. We have an extra 600 units of liquid fuel on the indicator there. We're coming in actually a little bit fast here. Ground altimeter is on. Gear coming. Gear down. Bring it home, Foggy. We have touchdown. Control. Pathfinder's on the rollout. A little clunky on the landing there, but hey, any landing you can walk away from, right? Rocky guy, I'm still trying to get the flare maneuver correct. It's a little bit difficult to get it right. Foggy! She did a good job. Convoy 1. Stand by for wheel stop.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We have wheel stop on Pathfinder. Wheel stop. Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing? That's why mine are terrible. With lurking during re-entry, you got a beautiful flying machine, sir. Thanks, Sawyer. Right on, man. I do believe that good manners dictate that we should send out the welcome wagon.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Metric, 59-month resub. Negative 0.8 for approach glide, slope angle violation, and 0.5 for off center and 0.4 for lofting. Okay. Any chance you can change the just launch it to add chat as Kerbal? No, I don't want to do that. Give me 1 second, I'm talking to my dad. All right, let's get our welcome wagon out here. There we go. We gotta make this thing not look like this. The truck is right, but oh, it won't let me launch now. It won't let me launch from my, we don't have the option to... Damn. I have to do this the old way. Yeah, I overcompensated there, Rocket Guy, a little bit. Guys, these are my new recruits, by the way. See last link. How big is the res on this picture? Yeah, you know what? That's going in the shuttle research folder, first of all. And then what do we got here? Note the water effects in the pad deluge. They have a pad deluge particle emitter down there. Cool. Was that actually a plume-induced roll? Let me take a look. Yeah, maybe. Got a real good look at KSC, though. Yeah, you're not wrong. Look at all these facilities here. There's even a parking garage. Cool. Parking garage, couple of tracking antennas, 2 runways, taxiways, pools. There's a pool. Nice. Fuel tanks over there, parking garage. That's the astronaut complex right there. Yeah, 2 runways. We have, judging by the shoreline and everything, those runways are runway 9 and runway 27. Well, so we have 9 left, 9 right, 27 left, 27 right. Oh, this game's going to be so good, dude. I'm going to play the frick out of this game. And look at all this extra flat space that we have. Launch pads.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Stephen Guy, 34-month resub. You have to launch on the parking garage at least once. No, the parking lot, dude. The parking lot, that's the meme, right? The parking garage works too. I hope the real frame rate is a little bit better than what they've shown in screen captures so far. I would say that we're gonna be okay. Well, the shuttle engines are in game. There's a shuttle engine and blatantly a mainsail right there. So the KS-25 is in there. It looks like it's even the same model, which is, you know what, dudes? I'm completely okay with that. I really don't care. Kerbal, I've said this once, I'll say it again. Kerbal 2 looks like they're adding a lot of new stuff, and it's going to be really good. But honestly, Kerbal 2 could just be Kerbal, literally the same exact game as Kerbal 1 with better graphics and better physics simulation, and I seriously wouldn't care. I would buy it. Yeah. Better frame rates and better graphics? Fine. There's not many games where I can say that. There's not many games where you could say that and be, like, totally good with it. But we already know that Kerbal 2 is more than just that. It's that and more. Like, you know, multiplayer, interplanetary ships, resource building processes, and building bases on other planets. There's a ton of new base building mechanics and stuff. Like, it's more than just better physics and better graphics. It could just be better physics and better graphics. And then on top of all that, NearT is on the development team working on mod implementation and documentation from the start. This game's going to be just as moddable as KSP1. It's going to be ridiculous, man. It's going to be ridiculous. This game's going to be nuts. It's going to be ridiculous. I'm going to play the crap out of this thing, man. I won't give Take-Two money until I'm sure it's going to be well spent, as I don't trust Take-Two. Take-Two is the parent company, Duckman, but I guess I understand what you're saying. For what it's worth, as somebody that knows the developers and has communicated feedback to them before, I I would say make an exception this time, but hey, healthy skepticism in the gaming industry is okay. KSP2 could be done in KSP1 with mods, but honestly, just the upgrades and optimizations to the script is a major factor on top of the rest of the features. Yeah, Darren, I'm with you. I'm with you 100% on that. KSP2 could literally just be this. It could be this, and it would be amazing. Just with better physics simulation, I'd be good. I would be good. If we could, if like I could run 1,000 parts in real time on with KSP2 with the better graphics, I would buy KSP2. You know. Are they integrating autopilot features like MacJeb into stock KSP2? Don't know. I have no idea. Well, the publisher is Private Division, Duckman. I mean, Take-Two is a holding company. If your beef is with anything, it's with Private Division, and Private Division has a pretty good track record for releasing content on time. Just food for thought, dude. I mean, Dougman, I'm not gonna say that I'm, you know, a little bit biased in the matter, but it rings. And don't get me wrong, if you want to stay healthy, I'm not trying to convince you. If you want to be skeptical, that's totally cool. It rings a little bit different when when you put faces to the people that work there. You know, it's not just a name on a credit screen. I know people at Private Division. I know them, and I know they take this seriously. And I know the developers at Kerbal. I know they take it seriously too. Dude, believe me, they fully understand the gravity of this, making sure this game gets released on time and making sure it's right for the community. They fully understand that. Like, it's really nice, to be honest with you. Hey, Ewok. But once again, Duck, I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't just throw your money at anything. You should, with the state of the gaming industry, you should be skeptical. I don't blame you on that one bit. The gaming industry has a nasty problem of overpromising and underdelivering. There's a nasty problem, and that needs to be fixed. Once again, not trying to convince anybody. I'm just saying, with this particular matter, I know the people involved. I know the players involved. So I'm willing to say that it's going to be okay. But that's only because I know these people. You know what I mean? If you don't know, if I didn't know them, I would be like, yeah. I'd probably be doing the same thing that you're doing, dude. Like 100%. You should be skeptical. I hate cash grabs. I hate it. I can't stand it in the gaming industry. It's really, 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 really obnoxious. And that's kind of the state of where it's at, which really sucks. Ewok caught the Rona. Geek most likely has it too, just in time for the holidays. All right. Come on down, Fogey. All right, let's get the mission log figured out here. Mission outcome, mission success. Sufficient? Yeah. Puma 3 was left on orbit with sufficient consumables. Was left in low Kerbal orbit, 100 km by 100. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm typing behind my head. Was left in low Kerbal orbit, 100 by. Was left in a. Let's just say a 100 by 100 orbit with sufficient consumables for recovery on the next shuttle mission. Mission success. Landed at runway 27. Year 1, day 25, 451.38. Alright, get that off the screen. Year 1, day 25, 04, colon, 51, colon, 38. The mission elapsed time was 2 days, 0 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds. Cool. Excellent. How are you today? I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, Thrasha, I'm kind of embarrassed that it took me a second to be like, I before E, except after C. That's my biggest fear, apart from them not delivering half of what they promise. Yeah, like I said, dude, the skepticism is warranted. Okay, Thomas, the pilot on this mission, stepping off. Take your helmet off, man. Cool. Pictures are taken. All right. We're good to recover. But yeah, guys, I'm pretty confident in what I've seen with the feedback from the developers and whatnot. I'm gonna recover the ladder truck. Every time I try to pull the truck out of the hangar, it always screws up. Nice, T-Man. I have Samsung 24-inch curved monitors, Hammernails. I forget what model number it is, to be honest. They're nice. I don't think they're 4K. I'm pretty sure they are. And I have them on an Echo Gear mount. So, hey, Loopy, thanks for the raid, bud. Yeah, they're on an Echo Gear mount, so they're all bolted to one big crossbar that connects to my desk. And then, on top of that, I have a flat 24 monitor up there as a second monitor for computer diagnostics and whatnot. So I have a 4-monitor setup. I have one up here, one in front, 2 on the sides. The 2 on the sides are my streaming computer, and the 2 in the front up there and the 1 in front are my gaming computer. So I'm running dual monitor setups. I missed out on Booster Return this morning, so I decided to fresh up on Kerbal. Yeah, there you go. Right on. Merry Christmas to me. Just picked this up from the jewelry shop. Ooh, a Blue Angels Pro Master. That's sick. That is a sick watch. I love it. I want it. Very nice fit. Very nice, dude. Alright, so let's go a couple days into the future here. Yep, so the TDRS network is completed. We have operations. Something I noticed with the shuttle is that if the shuttle's KU band antenna is not if the KU band antenna is not deployed, then you don't have you won't be able to see it through TDRS. So, I'm thinking I need to do a little bit of research here about the shuttle. But yeah, that's perfect, dude. Look at the convergence. It's perfect. That's really good. Here, check this out. Oh yeah, not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Perfect. It's relaying a commercial mission. There's a satellite out there. Yeah, very nice. That's for, yeah, like I said, that's for a commercial mission. Looks like the LOX tank cryo is done on Booster 9. They have moved to CH4 tank cryo testing. Cool. So how's this going to help moving forward? I have communications for anything in low Kerbal orbit, and I have a deep space network, so we basically can send anything anywhere. My tracking stations around Kerbal that we placed Airbanus with the K92 a couple weeks ago can literally get out to Elu. So communications won't be a problem from now on, which is nice. Rescue Ellery out of Kerbal or out of orbit. Recover Patman and Patman's Hulk from Kerbal orbit. See, this dude, this is the shuttle's breadbasket, man. Alright. Rescue missions are free Kerbals. Yeah. What type of orbit is she stranded in? It doesn't say. Crap. Oh, there is something that I did want to do. Hold on one second. Let's go out to TDRS 1, and I want to set a waypoint, CurbNet waypoint for deorbiting. This thing can't see. It can't see the Kerbrian Peninsula. It doesn't have the field of view. Crap. Let's try Tedra's 3. Time to launch an imaging satellite. Yeah, we're gonna need to. We're gonna need to launch an imaging satellite. Huh. Okay. But that would mean Landsat, yeah, Landsat 1. Well, what type of orbit was Landsat 1 in? Sun synchronous. Oh, stretching. Okay. Stretching. MLV time? No. Sun synchronous would be nice, yeah. We could go to sun synchronous on an expendable launch vehicle. That'd be fun. Or at least polar. Jebstone 4 would do it just fine, Loopy. .25-degree field of view for CurbNet access. Or no. That's 10. That's 81 on the field of view there. 72, 72, 54. Hike! Does that thing even have CurbNet? No. That's 5.0K on the transmitter for that one. Just on a side note, I want to see something. Wow. That sucks. The shuttle's link is terrible. A good one is the Mark II. 1020 anomaly detection, scans biome, scans terrain, in atmospheric flight, in suborbital. Speaking of Delta, on this day in 2004, the very first Delta Heavy launched. Cool. You know what I'm going to do with the shuttles? Oh, hello. They need a secondary antenna. I need to see where the antenna is. That's what we're going to do first and foremost. Space shuttle antennas. So we have the KU band. That's what we already have. The heck kind of mission was that? Oh, I remember this mission. Yeah, that's a nutty one. this thing, the shuttle had a mission where it extended this mast out there, and it drug magnetometer through the atmosphere. Yeah. I think that was the mission. I forget off the top of my head. Here we go. Yeah, the S-band. So they had UHF and S-band. Okay. And it's interesting. It doesn't really say about where that antenna's location is. My guess is it's probably somewhere up here. I'm wondering if the antenna does anything inside of the payload bay. I forget if antennas do stuff inside of the bay, but what we can do is we could just put the antenna down here. That should keep us in constant communication. I'm not sure if putting an antenna next to fuel cells is a good idea, but we'll just leave it there for now. Alright, so... It's the KU band. They clue that when the bay is shut, no communications. Okay. Alright, so... dump that. We'll figure out a system for that later. If one of you guys could go and figure out where that thing is. Sweet. We also got to do some tests to bring that Puma stage back down. We have to do some tests to make sure that the thing can carry it down and it won't, like, screw up the shuttle on deorbit too much. That's a big one, but we'll do that launch on a little bit later in the stream. We're gonna work on payloads for now. No, don't save. This help? Maybe banana time. Let me see. The S-band antennas at the top of the flight deck. Got it. Yes, that does help a lot. And the KU band is in the nose cone. We can't put stuff in the nose cone because the nose cone's a fairing, so... Okay. That does help a lot. Thank you very much. You're a bit behind. I bet you it has this. Yours shows the same graphic, dude. Yep. Oh, wow. There's a lot of antennas on this thing. You know what? It's just one of those things I hadn't really read about too much. There's millions of subsystems on this thing. Look. It's a directional. They have directional ones. They have the payload antenna right there. And then they have left-right antennas there, and then there's more antennas up here, and see, that's where I thought they were. That was right, but that's only some of the antennas. Yep. Wow. So they have directional antennas all over the place. I think I'll put mine right there. I'll probably end up putting it right there on the orbiter, just because. But let's go over in engineering mode, and I want to keep working on the payloads, guys. We gotta get the payloads ready. I want to basically have like 40 to 50 payloads like ready to go. Not even like the entire station. I want to get that all finished so we can just launch shuttle missions, launch assembly flights. Try to maybe even do like 2 or 3 assembly flights a stream. The station needs to get up quick. Yeah, Dino Sign, the space station's gonna need a lot of payloads to put that thing together, dude. How much payload with the Centaur G or G Prime could the shuttle send to the moon? Let me see. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is off Wikipedia, so take it for what it's worth. The 1972 decision to develop the space shuttle argued what is that word? I think it's supposed to be argued. Argued badly for projects to explore the solar system with robotic probes, which were coming under intense scrutiny because an increasingly cost-conscious presidential administration in Congress. The space shuttle was never intended to operate beyond low Earth orbit, but many satellites needed to be higher, particularly communication satellites for which geostationary orbits were preferred. Space shuttle concept originally called for a crewed space tug, which would be launched by a Saturn. The space shuttle concept originally called for a crewed space tug, which would be launched on it by a Saturn V. It would use a space station as a base and be serviced and refueled by the space shuttle. Budget cutbacks led to the decision to terminate the Saturn V production in 1970 and the abandoning of plans to build a space station. Nice, Dino Sign. That's cool. The space tug became an upper stage to be carried into space by the space shuttle. As a hedge against further cutbacks or technical difficulties, NASA also commissioned the studies of a reusable Agena and Centaur upper stages. With funding tight, NASA sought to offload space shuttle-related projects onto other organizations. NASA Deputy Administrator George Lowe met with Malcolm Curry, the Director of Defense Research and Engineering, in September of 1973, and researched an informal agreement that the USAF would develop an interim upper stage for the space shuttle to be used for launching satellites in higher orbits pending the development of the space tug. After some debate, Pentagon officials agreed to commit to the IUS on the 11th of January 1974. Secretary of Defense James R. Schlesinger, I don't know how to say that guy's name, confirmed the decision when he met with NASA Administrator James Fletcher in Lowe 4 days later. A series of study contracts were let up, resulting in a decision that the IUS would be an expendable solid fuel upper stage. Call for bids was then issued, and competition was won by Boeing in August of 1976. The IUS was renamed the Inertial Upper Stage in December of 1977. Marshall Space Flight Center was designated the lead center for managing IUS work. In April 1978, the quote for development of the IUS was $263 million, but by December 1979, it was renegotiated for $430 million. The main drawback of the IUS was that it was not powerful enough to launch a payload to Jupiter without resorting to gravitational slingshot maneuvers around other planets to garner more speed. Something most engineers regarded as inelegant, and which planetary science at JPL disliked because that meant that the mission would take months or years longer to reach Jupiter. History frickin' repeats itself, man. I'd like to just remind everybody for the record that cost was the reason why we switched, what's the name of Culbertson's project? The Europa Clipper project to Falcon Heavy. Cost was the reason why we did it. Just failing to mention that the mission, because it's launching on not SLS and it's launching on Falcon Heavy, means that the mission is going to end up taking like decades longer to get to its final destination. Yeah, we made the cost of the launch cheaper, but the overall mission duration is like 3 times as long. And operations usually make up more than 50% of your mission, depending on how long it's supposed to be. Oops. The IOS was constructed in a modular fashion with 2 stages. Okay. The USAF asked NASA to develop a configuration with 3 stages, 2 large and 1 small, that could be used for planetary missions like Galileo. I'm trying to find Delta V numbers here. He was impressed by Centaur's ability to put Galileo in Jupiter orbit with just 2 years flight time and saw potential military applications as well. I did get a P.O. box. It's on Discord. That's annoying, Aqualex. But that's basically what I wanted to do. That's why I have my shuttle-derived launch vehicle as a backup. So Galileo could get put into a Jupiter orbit with Centaur G. Let's see. What's the mass of the Galileo probe? $2,500 kilos. Centaur G could throw that to Jupiter orbit. Yeah, Duckman, pretty much. Any RSSRO players out there? How much Delta V does it take to get to Jupiter orbit from low Earth orbit? Okay, or we could just... it could just not work. Come on. Let's see. Low Earth orbit to Jupiter orbit. Let's take a look. 3210, 3360, 17,200. So with a 2,500 kilogram payload, I'm going to guess that Centaur G had... It's not circularizing, I don't think. Let me see where Galileo ended up. Give me 1 second. So we can use these numbers to kind of extrapolate Delta V. We can figure it out. So with 2.5 metric tons payload, it's got to be somewhere around 10 kilometers a second, easily 10 kilometers a second. But that's probably, the Centaur was probably only used to get to here and wasn't used to circularize. The probe was probably used to circularize, so the probe probably has way more delta V there. Let's just say the transfer and the intercept are what it has. So it has 3,200 plus 3,300. So that's 60, give or take, about 6,500 meters a second delta V. That's with 2.5 tons. So this is just a guess. I'll bet you it could do 10 tons TLI, no problem. Oh no, the IUS is trash. Would you wear a traditional watch if the style fits you? Yeah, I don't really do it, but I do appreciate watches. Do you have a record player? No. No Chrono Sanders, you're wrong. I mean, the Centaur could probably do, I would say 10 tons TLI, probably something like that. It's not SLS capability, it's not SLS Block 1 capability, but it's still pretty damn good. Grav, link the Delta V map. I know you already have it. Link it for Panther. Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable guess. I mean, it's gonna take about the same amount of Delta V to get into heliocentric as it is to get to a lunar intercept. So if we half the Delta V of what Centaur actually has and doubled the payload, I'd say about 10 tons. That's a guess. It's a guess. It's probably a little bit less than that. Nice tank. Yeah. That last link gives you full planning info. Yeah, but it's for the IUS. The IUS is poo-poo. Let me take a look. Scanning. Yeah, this is for the IUS though, Aqualux. The IUS is caca. My guess is around 10 tons. Ours can do more than that, I'm pretty sure. Alright, anyway. Let's finish up those station modules, guys, and then we'll run another shuttle mission in a little bit. So, we had a huge breakthrough with building out the station modules, and I'm super freaking happy with what we have. We just kind of have to figure out now how the whole thing's going to go together. Where are you? Come on. Station prototype. There we go. All right. So I have my tooling jig and we have our modules. Look at that thing. Look at those modules. Not bad, right? Those look really good. They look really nice. I'm really happy with how they came out. Yeah, Grab Shark. I basically made a tooling jig for this thing. I made a tooling jig to be able to just crank out modules in different sizes and shapes. The tooling jig are those rulers that you see down on the bottom of the screen. I'm just turning off fairing transparency here. Really wish we had a button to just do that all at the same time. Did we finish Tidris 3? Mission is complete, Panta. Yep, we brought the shuttle back down. But yeah, there's my tooling jig down there. It tells you the angles and the different lengths for angles and lengths for the different modules. Forward angle, docking port angle, like, so I can just build, I could build these things modular and we can make a ton of them. I did figure out that we could scale down our CVM. I scaled it down from 1.8 to 1.5 meters to get it to fit better. And now what we need to do is I need to work on how the modules are going to fit together. But check this out. I do have them in sub-assembly. Take a look. So we can do some real Space Station Freedom stuff with this if we know what we're doing. Yeah, that'll work. Check it out. Hey, Pacey. Happy holidays. First Christmas in the new house. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, man. Have we confirmed that all this will fit inside of the payload bay? One of my governing lines, Panta, is the shuttle's payload bay sizing. It's that one right there. Everything is inside of that. I'll have to get back to you on the 6-axis node, but we might be able to just move it a little bit and get it to work. But yeah, everything should work. So now we got to make the modules, dudes. That's what we're down to. Just we got to build the modules. These are basically empty shells, and you could put whatever the heck you want in these things. We also got to make an airlock module, a cupola module, because obviously, and then we have to make a shuttle docking module. Yeah, but all this is modular. We can bolt it together. We can unbolt it. It's really not a problem. And if we wanted to get crazy, we could... Oh, that's the old 6-axis node design. I don't want that. We need the Mark III. I could put another set of these things. We could put another set over here and have 2 more connected together. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. Really happy with how this whole thing came together. How do you make fairings like that? So, Dvorshak, how these are made is it's 4 fairings. So, the front fairing has my docking system on it. So, small docking port and then the alignment mechanisms to make sure everything is correct, right? And then we got the same thing on the back. Now, what I have... Because I didn't want to build one of these shapes and then have a 1.8 meter fairing at the end. I don't want that. I want it to be one contiguous shape, right? That looks cool because you don't see any fairing plates. What it is 2 fairings that are kind of back to back. And that's what I mean. I have a way of measuring it with my tooling jig down here. With these, basically these cubic octags. I can use it to measure how long a fairing needs to be to get to the center of the module. They're just 2 fairings that are kind of collapsed in on themselves. And the cool thing about that is because they're fairings, I have interstage nodes, and if we, no matter what part we wanted to take, say we wanted a refueling piece. There, bingo. Now that's a fuel tank. Now this space station module can hold fuel. Or, now it can hold people. All you gotta do is just put it in there and attach it to the fairing, and that's it. That's all. That's what I mean about configurable modules. The breakthrough that I made last night, the breakthrough that we made was really a way to just make these 2 modules. That's it. Just those 2. And you can make whatever. We can make whatever I want. They're modular modules. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah, the whole thing is designed to go together. And then we'll have a modular truss segment piece, too. So now what we need to do is I need to figure out how these things will bolt together. We need to make sure that our spacing is right on our Z1 truss segment. But yeah, Dvorak, there's a cool thing that you can do with fairings. If you're building a fairing and you hit C, so like see how I'm making the fairing like this, right? And it's only letting me lock to certain things. Say I wanted it to be like out here somewhere, but you see how it's locking? If you hit C, you can turn off snap and you can be very, very precise with how you make your fairings. See what I mean? That looks like a hypersonic missile, by the way. Railroad's got a new update today, Snowplow. Railroad's online? Cool. Okay, so I have two modules attached to the Z segment here. I want one of these modules here attached like this and another one attached like that. And then these double 6-axis nodes are going to be behind facing each other like this. And then there's going to be two more long modules based off of that. We need an airlock. We need a cupola module. Here, let's write it down. So what modules left to make? 1. Lab module. 2. Hab module. Sure, let's just do all lowercase. 3. 2 6-axis nodes and connection mechanism. 4. There's 2 additional modules off the back. I don't know. We'll just maybe make another Hab module 2. Lab module 2, because so Hab module 2 and Lab module 2 are supposed to be the European module and the Japanese module. We need an airlock. Airlock module. Cupola module. We need station, RMS, and mobile base. Station remote manipulator. 9. Mobile. We could put the exposed facility with Lab 2, Creeper. We need the mobile base. I need the thing so it can go back and forth. Port side solar panel. P2 SPM. 11 S2 SPM. Damn, dude, we got a lot of work to do. The centrifuge module. The ISS centrifuge. Yeah, they were going to put a big centrifuge on the ISS for testing centrifugal things in space. They cut it because it didn't have the power. They figured out that it would draw too much power after they built the stupid thing. Actually, that's technically not it. That's the Hab module. They were going to build dedicated beds on board so the space station could accommodate more than just 4 astronauts. They cut that. That's at Johnson Space Center now. It's at JSC. They use it as a training module. which is annoying. They scrapped Node 4. Node 4 is sitting out in a field right now. We saw it come up on freaking Gov auctions. Ugh. My last link was the Delta V mass charts for Centaur G. Oh, okay. Hey, I wasn't too far off. Not bad. Payload mass characteristic velocity. Yeah, about 10 tons. So that's 1,000 meters a second, right? So that's 11,000 meters, 12,000 meters, 13,000 meters, 14,000, 15,000, 16,000, right? Wow. No, it's more than 10 tons. Dude, Centaur G Prime was a monster. That's more than 10 tons TLI looking at this. Damn. That is Centaur G Prime could easily move over 10 tons TLI. Easily. Just looking at that map there. Yeah. That's totally viable for getting to the moon. For running a lunar program. Sure, absolutely. Totally a viable way of doing it. That's really annoying that it never happened. It was too dangerous. Science Power Platform. Oh, that was a Russian module that got axed. So we were going with more of a space station freedom design, Kyron. So lab module 2 could be... We could put a centrifuge in there, but I'm not sure what it'll do. I think I'll just put another science lab in there and call it a day. Yeah, that was the reason for cutting it, O-Force. I'm pretty sure that was a bullcrap reason. Is there a way to simulate Russian modules with a different fairing texture? Sure. But we're not doing that. We don't have Russian modules in our design. Or Prussian. This is going to be more like Space Station Freedom, less like the ISS. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is figure out where our spacing ends up. So these modules, for whatever reason, don't like being copied. I notice if you copy anything that has a 1.8 meter fairing in it, it hates it. So let's just get 2 more 6-axis nodes out here. So the 6-axis node actually needs to be turned. It needs to be turned. Like that. Okay. So now we're going to need another 6-axis node. And that one needs to be right here, like that. And then we need another long node right here. Sorry, if these modules are going to stay up here, stay in the scene for a little while, I got to put on the fairings. We gotta turn fairing mouse over off. That's so... It's really, really distracting. For whatever reason, I really don't like it. Hey, Linux. What's going on, buddy? Alright, so what I'm going to do now is we got to find the center line of the space station, which is pretty much this right here. We can use that I-beam and let that I-beam mark the center line of the station. Now what we need to do is take these modules here and we need to move them into a position where we find the center line. So basically, I'm going to use the connection point between the two modules there. Oh crap. We might have a problem, guys. Let me get the center line. That's the root part of the entire thing. So if these line up, we got an issue. I was off by 1. So the center of these modules here, let's make sure that that's snapped to absolute. Just make sure that everything is on absolute. Yep, that one is. Just to be absolutely, sure. Absolute snap might be screwing us up right here. The center attachment, these modules are 1 tick too short. There's no way to center them, guys. Crap. If you play Fallout 4, you can add you as an NPC. Nice, dude. Can you describe the space station module breakthrough? Alex, I basically made tooling here to be able to just crank out module designs. And we came up with a system by reducing the size of the common berthing mechanism from 1.8 meter fairings to 1.25 fairings with a 1.5 meter fairing diameter. Yeah, I made basically modules that look and function very, very similar to the real ones. The problem here, though, is if I set absolute, right, I need these modules to be centered on this. If they're not centered, then it needs the center line between these modules needs to be, they need to be equal apart, or else the space station won't work very well. But the problem is, like, if I, no, you know what? I'll just show you. It's an easier to just show this way. So let me put a docking port there, and then we'll move this docking port up into the position that we want. We'll make sure that that docking port is lined up with the fairing texture. So centered on the fairing texture, right? Let me do the exact same thing with the docking port over here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Right? So those are centered, those are equidistant from each other. Now, let me move this back into position, right? So, obviously, we're not lined. We're not aligned. Hey, Black Horse 17 month resub. Mary Chrysler. Thanks, man. So, obviously, we're not aligned, right? So, these docking ports are in symmetry, so let's line that one up. The length of the 6-axis module is not the right, it's not the right length. This thing is off by 1 tick. And I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not 100% sure how we're gonna fix that. Well, this is why I wanted to build out the entire station, Hokie. We might need to redo the 6-axis module one more time to get the right length approximations. Shift the port 1 over. I mean, we could just move that port over 1 and just call it a day. Like, that'll do it, but it won't look right. These things won't be centered on the truss segment. They'll be off by 1. Okay, I gotta think about this one. So what I'm gonna do, get rid of my aligners here. So, isn't the distance from one of those small fairing rings on the 6-axis? Yeah. Long story short, there is a certain amount of ticks between the center line of the station. And when I say ticks, I mean moving like apart. So here, let me I'll get you the exact number here. It's 17 out. So what, do you make one node longer? I'm trying to see if there's a universal solution here, Loopy. But here's the thing, we're 17 out. So I mean, If we're 17 in that direction, that means we're 16 in the other... No. Hang on. So how do we get this to line up? We might not be able to if we're an odd number of ticks from either side. Yeah, okay, it's 17. So we're 34. We're 34 ticks wide here. So how do we... Don't forget you move the ports on the truss. Yeah, the ports were in the... And boss, the ports were in the old spot. I needed to move these ports anyway to line this stuff up. I'm wondering if... So, here, let me check something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Ooh. Yeah, in order to get this correct, these modules would need to be a half tick. And that's not precise. I'd have to eyeball it, and that's not what you want to do with these modules. Yeah, I can't shorten by 0.5. I can't shorten by 0.5, Alex. My tooling jig wouldn't do it. We could figure out a way to fudge it. I'm sure we could. To get this to the correct dimension. Yeah, I was wondering about this. Can you just position the docking ports to the main truss by hand so that it's just one interface that you have to do by hand? That probably would be a better thing to try and figure out. To try and figure out how to shift these a half tick out so we can center it. That's probably a better idea, Hokie. Yeah, oh no, that would work as well. Here, how about let me put this here and let me put this here. Let me move these back up into position. And obviously one of them is going to be off-centered a little bit, right? So we could find the center point in 3D space. That's not an issue. So, 1, 2, 1, 2. So, I think that's the right move, guys. Instead of retooling all the stupid modules, I'm just going to move these docking ports. We'll have to fine-tune it, but we should be able to... If I can make some kind of centering mechanism here, we'll get this right. All we got to do is just line those. That's a better solution. You guys are right. So obviously this isn't going to line up, right? But if we move it this way, it's not going to line up that way. So we need to find a halfway point right there. Is that our halfway point? Don't know. How can we be absolutely sure that we're centered right there? Like I can eyeball it. There's got to be another way to find the coordinates. I mean, oh no, your X idea is good, but we're still eyeballing it to an extent. Okay, I got another solution. So, if we attach an I-beam to the docking port right here. So attach the beam, right? We can use the ruler. A ruler will work, but an I-beam ruler this time. We have that attached to the aggregate space right here. That's about as centered as you're going to get. But we're using the outside line of the beam here. Not a bad idea. Robotics could help. Could you make a tool like the protractor with a cal and a piston? Sure. How would that apply here, though, fellas? I don't think we need a tool. I think the easiest thing... Give me a second. I'm thinking. Yeah, Loopy, that could do it. All right, give me another beam here, and we'll use this for station module placement. So let's make sure, just for reference, that this... All right, so move these modules down here for a moment. Get rid of our centering mechanism just for a second. We can easily remake that. So this thing is attached to root part, and so is the station modules. Let's just move this into position and make sure we are on that center line exactly. Yeah, okay. We're on the center line exactly. I'm going to keep this crap file away from the tooling jig. We'll move these modules up here. These have not sub-assembled. We have to make sure that we don't lose those. So, this is in the center, right? So, what's the throw on one of these pistons here? Okay, so it can go 80 centimeters. 800 mil, basically. And we move on 10 centimeter increments. We move on 100 millimeter increments. So that's 100 millimeter right there. One tick to the next, right? So if we take this, we move this way. Actually, hold on. Take this. Now, take these guys. Attach them to the hydraulic. Now move this backwards like this. Now move this backwards this way, right? Yeah, just like the jig that we use to make the shuttle panels. This is a good way to find the estimation, because then, Loopy, you're right. It puts it to numbers. That's smart. It's like the panel tessellator, dude. Creating workspaces in Kerbal like this, creating workspaces and the panel tessellator and stuff. That is. You know, if KSP2 wasn't coming out, that is the future of KSP1 editing. Literally starting with a workspace, building a tooling jig for yourself so you can line stuff up and make sure that it's precise. Yeah. It's not really building anything necessarily complicated. I've built more complicated stations than this, guys. You've seen them. But this station is precision engineered. It is It's going to be really, 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 really precise, so it should be really easy to put together. The bigger stations that I've built have had all kinds of alignment problems, trying to get something to hook together in space correctly. All kinds of alignment problems. Thanks, Oki. Appreciate that, man. So, let's move our center alignment piece right here. Let's make sure that we're aligned, right? We are. So that's aligned. And this thing obviously won't be able to move back and forth. But if we go in here and we literally set the extension to 0.05, and then if I go into absolute snap here, this, because we have a numerical offset, should line up exactly with my centering piece. Oh, it's 0.5 on either side, guys. Yeah, I'm stupid. It's 0.5 on either side. So it would be 10 centimeter offset. So now if I did this right, the even absolute orientation on here should be aligned. It should be aligned perfectly. Yep. It's aligned perfectly to the point that it's literally Z fighting. But why is that happening? Hold on. Rip my car, man. You really get attached to these things real quick. Yes, you can rebuild it. If you can get it up to me, dude, we'll do it. Straight up. Got to get a motor up here, and you got to find a way to get the truck up here. I'll fix it. It's no problem. I have an engine crane, and I have a shop. Because we want a full tick. But the thing is, Loopy, is that beam right there is not attached to the mod. Oh, hold on a second. It's a rounding error. Float point. By far one of the coolest shuttle missions you've done. Wet Workshop ET. Very nice. So we have a float point rounding error here. Yeah, we can divide that with a cal controller. Yep. Cal controller, give me precision control. We have no more rounding error. That should be Z fighting. Does your truss structure have some sort of arm transport cart mechanism? The mobile base, someone? I'm working on it. Theoretically, I have a way to make the mobile base and make it move back and forth, and I left provisions on the back side here. Like, see how it's clear all the way to the other side? To put something in here. I have provisions to attach the mobile base. Yeah, there's a way to do it. Think like a roller coaster has wheels on both sides of the rail and then on the sides as well. I have a way we could take the mobile base, we could slide it in this way, and then the docking ports right here can give it spots to hang out. I have the provisions for it, dude. Long story short. So, if that's right, then I should just be able to... We have our offset. We should just be able to move this backwards, and those should immediately align. Yeah, we're a full tick. Alright, so... Could you check your last? Am I showing up in chat? I'm not sure if you got this earlier, but maybe you can make an odd tick length spacer. Could it be... Can't you use as your hierarchical connection with KRAKEN tech bearings and struts to give structure? I don't know why you'd need KRAKEN tech, but that's basically what I did here. We made an offset. I'm working on this idea, though. I don't need more ideas right now. Oh, okay. I see what I'm doing wrong. I have to center it off the... Yeah. No, Loopy, I saw it. Yeah, I see what I'm doing incorrectly. This needs to be here. It needs to be centered. We're trying to align to this piece here. There. That's perfectly centered. Good. Okay. So this is the center line of the station, and that's cool. I've been a spacer between the 6-axis nodes. Aqualex, I'm so heavily invested in this idea right now. You're just saying words and my brain isn't taking it, dude. I'm sorry. I'm focused on this, and I have a way to solve this here, and I'm so worried about losing my train of thought. Your words aren't registering in my head at all, and I'm not trying to ignore you. Just brain do bad things. What are remanufactured engines? Engines that have been rebuilt. I'll understand. I'll draw it for you later. Might like the accuracy. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. I think we're good. Hey, the hardware is from 1988, Element, alright? Give me a break. What do you want from me? I think that's what we're looking for, dudes. Sounds old. You would know. Alright, we can get rid of the I-beams. We are aligned. That's about as good as it's going to get. Now, absolute snap on this will work, so if I just do this, the docking port should line up. Yep, we just needed a 5 centimeter offset. There's our 5 centimeter offset, and if you can control it with the Cal controller, there's no rounding error. There's no float point rounding error. Good. Very good. Hang on one second. This needs to be going this way. Same with that. This is more for module orientation than anything down the road. It'll help the modules slip together better. You're gonna have to parent the alignment pins off the docking port since they won't be on the right grid otherwise. They'll just be offset on either side, Loop. I don't really think that that's going to be that big of an issue, do you? Like, I'm not too incredibly worried about it. Because this thing should just be able to... It should just line up. Unless you might be a step ahead of me, dude. Yo. Yep. Yep. I see what you're saying. Good call. Yep. Do you think there will be any unforeseen circumstances? Think there'll be any unforeseen circumstances with this? Stuff, Hal. Stuff. Hardcore build mechanics stuff. Yeah, you're right. Everything is made up and the points don't matter. See you later, Pythos. I don't think there's going to be any repercussions from doing that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be okay. Okay. No docking port alignment force. No docking port alignment force. Now, that's one problem solved. Done. We have our offset here for figuring that out. Easy peasy. Hang on. Talking to my dad. Talking to my dad, guys, because my dad found the rest of my model trains. I was up at my parents' house the other day and I grabbed all my model trains. And he found the rest of them and I need to go get them because I actually have all the model trains, but he found all the track for the model trains. Model trains don't work very well without train tracks. Most trains don't work very well without train tracks. Yep. So I was actually thinking maybe stopping a little bit early and going up and getting the model trains a little bit later tonight. Not now, not anytime soon. We're still going to run a shuttle mission. You're lucky you got a dad like that, bro. I do not take... I don't take my father for granted. Ever. We're a good family, man. All right. So Never go against the family. Why'd you do it? Because family. Became a dad 3 weeks ago, and mine wasn't about much. Hope my boy will say stuff like that about me one day. Oh. Hal, if you want that to be a thing, it'll be a thing. You know what I'm saying? You make sure you raise your kid right. They'll do that. Alright. Cool. Dude, it took me like, the thing is how, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it took me a little while to realize how good my parents are. Like, not everybody has that luxury, dude, you know? I definitely used to just kind of take it at face value, you know, how much my parents actually helped me out. But as I get older, I'm like, dude, why do you guys put up with my crap? Why do you put up with my crap? Oh my gosh, I'm like the most annoying person. Like, how do you even do that? You know? It kind of was like a coming to Jesus moment. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. But either way, congratulations, man. I'm sure your kid will come out amazing. You know what I mean? Because you're cognizant of that, you know what I'm saying? Why? Because family. But yeah. Can't believe my parents haven't told me to go pound sand with the amount of crap they put up with for me. Alright, so let's save the station prototype. And now what we're going to do is take apart the modules. So this module is going to get separated. This module is going to get separated. Oh, not that glitch again. It happens. Imagine how bad mini EJs would be. Yeah, Impy, that's what I'm saying. It kind of came to a point where, you know, I was like, you know, think about 5-year-old me. That's probably a freaking handful, dude. Frick that. Parents had to put up with that. They had to put up with my oh, no. I cannot be a jerk to you guys ever again. That's what I mean, dude. Can you imagine me as a 10-year-old, man, just all over the place? Oh, I'm surprised my parents didn't just slap me. Like, just... Get out of here. You suck. You know? Like, they put up with my crap for so long. Like, man, I don't take it for granted for a second, dude. Ever. Okay, so now we're going to reroute this part here, and if we... Nope. Not symmetry. If we take this and we absolute snap that, and then we go here, reroute to that, and we absolute snap here, excellent. Now we don't need the offsetting tool anymore, so I'll just keep the offsetting tool here on my tooling jig just in case we need it. We don't need the module attachment piece anymore. This one is going to need to go back in the same spot like that, and then this one is going to need to be rerouted to here. So That needs to go right there. And that one's upside down. There. So something that I noticed with this is that that port needs to be spun over. I'm gonna try to have all the arrows on the ports in the same direction. These are more, I'm trying to take my kind of chassis, my module chassis, so to speak, right? And we're kind of finalizing it a little bit more now. I want to make sure over here we're doing the same thing. So see, we're not. That needs to be flipped all the way over. Hang on one second, guys. I'll be right back. I hear a helicopter over my house. I just want to make sure. Making a very specific noise. Sounded like a Chinook. I didn't see it though, it was too far away. No, it sounded like a Chinook. They make a very distinctive noise, like a I could hear the buffeting through the headphones. Did you see the new KSP2 tweet? The one with the Christmas tree? Hello, oh yeah, I did. Nuts, huh? What's that, Access? Me when a helicopter passes. Oh, I look up every time. Even with airplanes, Access, I'll always look up. Anytime I cross the train tracks, look left, look right, see if there's any trains. Go over a train bridge, left, right. Hear a helicopter or an airplane, look up. Without question. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, nope. I absolutely do that. Every time. It's a law. You hear a plane, you work. I can't help you picking out through your blinds, like Henry from Goodfellas. So anyway, fellas, good idea on the offsetting system. That was smart. That I was honing in on it, but you guys got to it before me that time, which is great. Thank you. That means what I'm teaching about editing in Kerbal is sinking in somehow. So I got that going for me, which is nice. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but could you explain what flipping these docking ports is doing? All of my docking ports, are being oriented. I'm orienting the yellow ports to the zenith of the space station for alignment. Remember how, I don't know if you saw other versions, I had a checkerboard up here. I just thought, we can check to see our alignment with the texture on the docking ports. So if I align every yellow port to zenith, it's really easy to figure out how the whole thing goes together. Let me just check something. Give me one moment. It was a Black Hawk, but it was way off in the distance. That was way north of me. I barely heard it, but yeah, no, it wasn't a Chinook, it was a Black Hawk. But I knew that wasn't a civilian helicopter. Or it could have been... Oh, yeah, no. There is a Blackhawk rolling around near me in Massachusetts, but it's not... That's not what we're looking for. November 824AH. That's closer to where I am. Yeah, that's what I probably heard. Sorry, I was looking at the I'm looking at a plane tracker. Yeah, yeah, flight radar. I do. Have you seen the videos of the guy who bought and is refurbishing a Blackhawk? That's Heavy D. Heavy D Sparks, someone, yeah. I have a different site that I use for plane tracking, though, dudes. Cool. Alright, anyway, back to work. So yeah, I was aligning everything to the zenith. It'll help with alignment later. Yeah, ADS-B is way better. I'm with you guys on that one. So now we got to go through, because we manufactured these. I got to go through and make sure that everything is set right. So we need same vessel collision there, right? No docking port acquisition force. We need an auto strut here, and now we kind of got to go through the hierarchy and make sure this is all done right. That's grandparent strutted. No staged fairing. No staged fairing. We don't want to hit spacebar and have this thing just completely obliterate itself. That's set to grandparent part. Here, we need... fairing staged. I mean, you guys know what's kind of crazy. They're replacing the UH-60 with the V-280, right? So Blackhawks are going to come on the market, and you'll find a lot of Army surplus Blackhawks nowadays. Like, think about it, dude. It'll go the way of the Huey. The Huey in the 70s was replaced in the late 70s by the Blackhawk, right? And then Hueys were everywhere. You could find parts for them all over the place. Like, no other helicopter was that inexpensive to operate for the longest time. Now, another problem we haven't really figured out is how we're going to make these go with same vessel. Civilian surplus V-280s in the future then. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so docking port needs to be set to grandparent. That needs 0 acquisition force. Set to grandparent. 0 acquisition. We can't do same vessel collision here, though. On this, because these collide with each other. What I was thinking about doing, though, fellas, is having toggleable SVI on the fairings. We could just click a button, and we could put the CBM into a active state, right? With same vessel collision. And that should hold it in place. But we can shut it off when we're going to, you know, if we were gonna attach something else here. You had Fusion 360 up and took 5 minutes to sketch what you were doing. Oh yeah, yeah, I see what you were gonna do basically what we were doing, but off the center line. Yeah, Aqualex, that would work too. Or just give enough spot for a little spacer adapter here. Yeah, I like the way that we did it, dude. This way works, but I understand and see what you're saying. So here, grandparent strut, no docking port. Here, grandparent strut, none of that. So an interesting thing now with this is because we're making these modules this way, how does the hierarchy end up? Oh, it's not. It doesn't really make a difference because these are all attached to the same 4-axis node. So this thing is small fairing, big fairing, 4-axis node, big fairing, small fairing. So even if you attach it this way, you're like 2 degrees of separation front to back. Same degree front to back. That's actually really nice. So that works. So let's make sure that those ports are right. Grandparent docking acquisition. There we go. Missed one. Now we got to go in here. It looks like when I built this docking port, I forgot to set the constraints for the stupid thing. Okay. Here's some Stennis news. All right, what's up? What's on your mind? Stennis continues preparation for exploration upper stage testing. Dude, we saw the test article, Novus. Yeah. Yeah. The interstage testing article. Yes. So that right there is a mass simulator test article for the exploration upper stage. This is basically the top, a test article for the top of the SLS. Instead of the conic launch vehicle stage adapter that SLS Block 1 has, that right there is a conic interstage adapter for SLS Block 1B. Or the cylindric interstage adapter. See that thing with the American flag on it? Right there is a test adapter. The test adapter is designed to adapt the core stage to that right there. And the reason why they're loading it into the B2 test stand is because they want to do a propulsion test segment on the EUS. They want to do a green run on the EUS just like they did with the core stage. And that right there is the start of it. They placed it on the test stand today. If you notice right here, there's 4 slots right there for the 4 RL10s, and then you can see the spots for the fueling umbilicals right there too. That's really cool. So this is an integration test article, Aqualex. It's designed for these guys to practice how you install the test article in here. It looks rusty. It's just made out of steel. That's all. It is rusty. Don't get me wrong. Rusty steel is obviously not what you want, Milo. But with big steel, with thick solid steel like this, rust is actually protecting it. It oxidizes over, and it oxidizes the whole thing. And what ends up happening is that iron oxide provides a protective layer for steel. It's okay to have steel rust outside. It's not a problem. It actually protects it. It's better for it. So they probably left this thing outside. You can see there's still some iron or steel exposed right there, but most of it is creating iron oxide there. How good is the EUS to help put into perspective what we're getting here? Okay. I could talk to you about numbers, Sam, or I could just show you this. Any questions? Hey, Vulcan. Aluminum is rusted too. Aluminum corrodes, it doesn't rust. So, I'm not going to sit here and say that the EUS is just a DCSS design that's been scaled up to 8.4 meters, but that's generally the idea. Now, I know it just looks like a bigger version of that with 4 engines. That's because it is. But scaling does not work well in rocket science, all right? If you have a rocket that has 7,600 meters, or not 7,600, that has 10 kilometers a second delta V, enough to get into low Earth orbit with a small payload, making the rocket twice the size doesn't mean you have double the delta V. Absolutely not. That's not how that works at all. So when I say that, you know, oh, they're just scaling it up, it's a similar architecture, similar, but it's not it's not just like they took this and made it 2 times the size. No way. This is a fresh design. It uses a similar methodology to the ICPS, but it's an 8.4 meter hydrogen tank with a 5 meter LOX tank. Except for the sling tank design, it scales very well. Stresses don't increase drastically for the LOX tank despite its mass increase. Oh, shut up. Vulcan, you know good and well that if I said it's just a scaled up ICPS, that somebody would do the exact opposite of what you're saying right now. Oh, EJ, it's not that easy just to scale it up. It's not that easy just to scale. No, it's not how that works. You know good and well that that's what would happen. Don't even sit here and pretend for a second like that's not what would have happened. In fact, you probably would have said that. Think about it. Oh, 100%, but being pedantic is what I'm good at, and you know it. I will pull your hair. Because you have hair and I don't, and I'm a little jealous. What is in the fairing that is holding the Orion up in the EUS? This is called the Universal Stage Adapter, bro Hendy. The Universal Stage Adapter, what's inside of it? Nothing. Payload. SLS Block 1B has a payload bay, dude. Yeah. Similar to how the LEM was carried inside of this vehicle staging adapter on Apollo. This one is just way bigger. Yeah. This is a 6.6 conic adapter. This is an 8.4 meter conic adapter. So you could put, oh, I don't know, a lander in there. Or maybe parts of a lander and then assemble them out at the gateway. Or you could put a lander in there, just saying. Anyway, Vulcan, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just busting your balls. But yeah, this is... It's kind of just a bigger version of that, but it is clean sheeted. It is a clean sheet design. And they've started working on this thing, at least in some capacity. They're building it at Michoud. Looks like a cone cylindrical combination. Yeah, it's kind of straight right here, and then it goes up. Yep, And I'm trying to find a good photo of the USA test article. Vulcan, that's actually what I was just about to go searching for myself. I'm gonna find it before you. Ha! Jackass! Yeah, see, it is Aqualux. Those are pictures of the test articles for it. Ruag is already working on it. I'll take my time out. Yeah, no, Vulcan, I know exactly what you're talking about. That picture, it looks like that. I've seen it. I know exactly what you mean. Stage adapter has 286 cubic meters. That's a lot of cubic meters. But yeah, there it is. That's the SLS Block 1B right there. That's, dude, that is such good capability. Man, he didn't even saw what I did. Did I see it or did I just ignore it? Because I hate it. Ugh. Also, the LH2 tank barrel for the US. Whoop. Yeah, Ian, it's pretty dang good capability if you ask me. What do we got? Oh. Yeah, I remember this. Remember, Vulcan. Finish strong. Yep. This was back in April. Excellent. Yeah, so Sam, the exploration upper stage is going to be very nice. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of capability. You'll be able to move a nice big lander in there. The thing that I'm kind of wondering, though, is that if Orion can't get to low lunar like this thing can, your lander is going to need to be significantly bigger. I'm wondering if this thing has the balls to be able to put a 2-stage ascent vehicle inside of this thing with Orion, so you could do Apollo-style missions. I mean, once again, I know that they need to go to the gateway. I get it. Even when you go to the gateway, you know. Looks a lot like the forward skirt of the core stage. Wouldn't be surprised if they have similarities. I'm guessing they're using very similar vent lines. Another thing that I would have to guess is that the hydrogen tank for this is literally the same tooling as the core stage. Why wouldn't it be? Right? Like, all the barrels of core stage 4 have been manufactured. Engine section is in final structures, outfit, and tank welding will follow the A3 LOX tank completion early next year. Very nice. Gaver, what's up, man? Wouldn't they just send a new descent stage and reuse the ascent stage like the renders? You could do that, Zombie. That's what Gateway does afford you. You don't need to worry. You can have a reusable ascent vehicle, but you got to refuel it too. So you're trading complexity. Personally, with me, dude, I would rather a dedicated ascent vehicle. That's just me, though. Flagging, what's up, dude? I guess just one segment of a core stage barrel, or maybe those are too long. Yeah. Yeah, Rev. But the dome's got to be on the same tooling. Why wouldn't they be? Same commodity, right? Like, just putting it out there. Oh, hey, the USA in one piece. Thomas and his superior exploring Vulcan. Let's see what we got here. Oh, guys, did you guys know that Dynetics is a Leidos company? That wasn't an LH2 barrel. It's an adapter. It's got an umbilical on it. It's corn.
Dynetics is the prime contractor for the Universal Stage Adapter, and we're responsible for designing and
developing. Oh, it's Dynetics. I thought it was RUAG.
Huh. And delivering the Universal Stage Adapter for each flight. The Universal Stage Adapter, which is the adapter that's sits between
Ian. Yeah, it is a Leidos company, yes.
And the Orion crew vehicle, and it provides the communication pass between those two things, and also it houses the payloads as they travel into space. So we can take large payloads.
I don't know where this facility is, Arsenal.
Lunar lander.
Dude. Okay, you know what I'm gonna say. Look at the truck. I know the truck's in the background. That's a freaking F-450 right there. That is not a small vehicle. Yikes.
Landers are lunar gateway modules
also
that
really
will
nice
all be
truck.
Part of the cislunar environment. Here in Decatur at the hardware
Whoa, there you go, Arsenal. That answers that question.
Integration facility, we accept all the panels and the components that are part of the USA, and then we assemble those together so that we can prepare them for their various test phases. And then after test, we get them ready to deliver for flight, and they are transported to the Kennedy Space Center.
We're really excited about the role we've played in this important and historic mission for Artemis 1, this first launch. For the Artemis 1 flight, it's the development of the exhaust gas heat exchangers that are inside the engine compartment as part of the core stage, as well as the development of core stage Pathfinder that was used in the logistics planning and practicing for moving the core stage between different sites, as well as some other simulators and ground.
Cool. Aqualux, you say you get the feeling they want to avoid the possibility of Apollo-style missions. Easier to cancel the program when you aren't invested in large-scale infrastructure already. I bet if we were doing Apollo-style missions, we'd get one hiccup and the plug would be pulled. Well, that's why Gateway exists. Yeah. A lot of people have written off Gateway as a toll booth to the moon. But Aqualux, if you think about toll booths in an ideal world, what does it do? So you pay a toll for the road and it helps maintain the infrastructure. In an ideal world, in an ideal world, that's the idea, right? Yeah, Gateway is purposely in there to make the program harder to kill.
Ground support equipment.
The Pathfinder was a full-scale mock-up of the stage, and they used it to test the transportation paths that the stage would go from the Michoud facility to the Stennis Space Center down to Kennedy Space Center to prepare for launch.
Pooped, Vulcan.
I think everyone's excited about.
All right, let's see. Lunar lander, SpaceX, outro. All right. I just want to look at the. Did you guys know that Dynetics is a Leidos company? I don't know if you guys knew that. You may not have known that, but you may not have thought that Dynetics was a Leidos company. But in fact, Dynetics is a Leidos company. They probably should have mentioned that to avoid confusion. You know, they probably should have mentioned that, but also, you know, on paper, that's literally the name of the company, Dynetics, a Leidos company. Leidos is a defense contractor, Flykin. You know the metal scanners at the airport? They make those. And a bunch of other things. They do all kinds of stuff. Man, they really want you to know that Dynetics is a subsidiary of the Leidos company. You know they really want you to know when they literally put the parent company's name in the subsidiary company's logo. A Leidos company. A family corporation. Wait, what? Twitch, an Amazon company. Yeah, that always comes off as a little strange to me, but whatever. Let's get back to building our modules. This might be what you're thinking of. It looks like Dynetics does integration and RUAG does the manufacturing of the panels. Oh, there you go. Okay, that makes sense. Are you ready for the L3RL10CX1? Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. So these modules are starting to be configured into the right setup here. And what we'll do is we need a long axis module back here. And they go in here. Fairing staged. Fairing staged. Staged. Fairing staged. Auto strut. Auto strut. The docking ports down here need to be auto-strutted with no docking port acquisition force. You gotta go in here like that. There we go. Score. Okay, save again. So right now what I'm doing, guys, is I'm working on finalized configuration for these modules. So these modules in place, I've started putting in the components that each individual module is going to need. And then we'll run the struts and configure everything. So let me get another long module here. So the docking port needs to be set to absolute snap. Okay. The flight leader is approaching. Shortfall of gravitas is being moved right now to allow for arrival. Cool. Cool, cool. Alright, so... these are the principal modules. So there's a couple of other things that we need to work on here. I'm thinking. We need to do the solar panel arrays, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Zimbal, really nice work. Thanks, man. And we need to work on shuttle docking ports. So these two modules right here are going to be what's anchored to the truss segment. That's why I put these here, so the Kerbals can EVA out. They'll be able to EVA, and then they'll be able to run struts that attach this to stuff. Still wish we could activate sun tracking with robotic parts. Yeah. That could serve as a good attachment point for struts on the bottom of this thing. I think we'll do that. Cool. All right. So that gets us lab module, hab module, the two 6-axis nodes. What else? We have hab module 2 and lab module 2. We want to do the exposed facility. We need an airlock. We need a cupola. Station RMS, mobile base, P2 and S2. We need the solar panel modules now. I mean, I can move them, Aqualex, but these things are... I'm pretty sure if I try to move this, it's going to screw it up. Oh, no. No, it's fine. Yeah, moving them back a little bit is fine. That'll actually work. So we'll have one that goes straight up and another one at 45. Cool. I see why Vulcan needed that link now. Oh, that's pretty funny. Very nice. You didn't get the pickup truck in the background. Dude, you're killing me. You didn't get the one with the truck. Why? Is this a third thing? Minus 10 points for lack of truck. Minus 10 points. You're a third thing. Yeah, so? You got a problem? Yeah? Tell me something I don't know, bro. Alright, how are we gonna do the rest of this? Oh. Oh, hey, SWAT launch ISOs are now public. Very nice. How do those solar panels get deployed again? Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah. Jeepers.
Good day from Mission Control in Houston, and welcome to the International Space Station.
Oh, this was installing Iroses. I mean, Vulcan, let's be real. I could. We could absolutely do that. But I don't really want to. The big panels are not the right skill. How we've done this in the past, Aqualex, is we've taken... So yeah, they're not even close. How I did this in the past, the last time I built anything like the ISS, was I did something like this. So let's move this up here like this, and then take this panel, move this down here like this, take this, and then do something like that. See what I'm saying? Like make something that extends out and then goes out like this. And like, I actually assembled it using girder segments that were dockable. That's how we ended up doing it. But that should be like one of the solar arrays, you know? Like, we gotta make a system. Like, see what I'm saying? That's what we did in the past. Well, this is already a baseline segment station, dude. That's already what I wanted, Vulcan. But yeah, we could. This is supposed to be Space Station Freedom Revised Baseline. That's the one it has the most in common with. But I'll be honest, I did a hybrid truss segment. It's halfway between dual kill, halfway between Revised Baseline, and half ISS. I know that was 3 halves. This is taking a lot of effort, okay? It's hard to make. It's difficult, man. That's how we made them in the past. I used 4 of those things to make one side, so there would be 8 solar panels, and that gives you pretty much the perfect scale. Here, let me check something. Gotta make that. Half man, half bear, half pig. It's man, bear, pig. How the frick did we make this? Check out KSP's magnetometer booms. I know about the magnetometer, yeah. I'm just wondering how the solar panel, how the SPM fits. How does that fit? Maybe this one, maybe the one from Jared shows what I'm... Yeah, this is Jared Owed Animations is what we looked at before. Maybe he has the solar panels. We have to make the MBS. That's going to be hard. Well, let me look, Spotch. Give me 1 second. Zombie, that's not really going to show me how these things go together. You know what I mean? See, how do those modules fold up? Every time, every animation video has them come in with these things already deployed. I think that those things kind of end up doing something like this. The solar panels. See, like right here? I think they fold. They fold out, and then they go. Because you see how one's higher than the other? That's your battery bank right there. So we got to build this, and then I got to build the rotisserie, then the battery bank, and then the solar panel. And then this piece right here is just an extension piece. And they're going to attach another one of these things to it. They move that sucker all the way over there. Okay. Here's how it's folded. You got something for me? I'll keep that video open. They're doubled over. Yeah. How the... Solar Alpha. They... Looks like they kind of fold, dude. Please don't tell me they do this. That would suck. They do. Oh. Yeah, I see it, man. I'm not sure we can make this without it being like an insane amount of parts. Yeah, and then watch, those things turn. Because the solar panel doesn't stay, they don't stay perpendicular, they'll turn. These things can rotate, watch. Oh dear. Oh,
Discovery, go at
Zeppelin,
throttle.
oh no! Mokum, wait, did Mokum have a hat change? We had a hat change. We had a hat change occur. Yeah, I mean, guys, don't get me wrong. I could make that. We could make it, sure. Of course I could make it. But it'd be pretty much unusable. So, let's start ruling out stuff. We do not need to make the solar panels do that. They do that already. They can rotate like that already to track the sun. So we don't need that movement, so we can get rid of that. We don't need that already. I will put the twisty do in there like that to use shimmy nomenclature. We could put that in there. That's one part. It's just a servo. Easy peasy. Now, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work. Build a solar panel lattice extension system or riot. Oh, piss off. Yeah, just I know they don't fold. I don't really want any part mods, dude. I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking. All right, let's try this. So, give me station core. No, cancel. That's the old long module. Empty core truss segment. Outside truss segment. Bingo. That's what I'm looking for. Hang on, we gotta get this thing outfitted correctly. So this solar panel module is actually short, so just make them rotate anyway instead of unfolding. Yeah. Actually, this module is the hexagonal piece right there is actually quite short. So you know what? You know what will work better? Actually, give me the station core node. Station core node is really more or less what we're looking for, but we can actually just get rid of that. And then get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. CLAS videos by Sergeant Flyer and has a potential solution to your problem. Nice, Vulcan. I believe there's actually a good KSP replica of the ISS solar playable solar panels on YouTube. I do not see your last anywhere. Squidman. Videos by Sergeant Flyer and has a potential solution to your question. I think I got it, dude. Yeah, I think I got it. Maybe. Bear with me. The 2023-2024 Le Mans is sold out. Nice. Get rid of that in the center. Okay, so that's the attachment module. That's this hexagonal piece right there. You know what we'll do? We'll break up the texture of the original station by putting more truss markers in here. It's annoying that they're not going in the same direction. Let's fix that. So this is, the truss texture is just a flag. We're using all stock parts, but we're using stock parts with a nice texture on them. There we go. And we should do the same for the other side. It would be cool. We have these flags so they can exist on a transparent background, right? But if you have two flags with transparent backgrounds going through... Actually, that's not too bad. That'll work. I think it's a flag going through a non-transparent flag, but transparent flag through transparent flag seems to be working just fine. Oh, that's cool. Gets us a freaking jungle gym. Sick! It's something with two alpha channels being rendered on the same layer, Thomas. That's what happens. That's cool, man. Now let's put our alignment system in for the truss. These are used as a guide dowel. Oh, that's, dude, look at it. That doesn't suck. And it's not very many parts either. That's the best part. It's really not a lot. And it looks way more complicated than it actually is. You guys didn't like the Rockstar hat, huh? Okay. Is there a mod with all those flags, or have you done it yourself? There's not a mod, there's a download for it symbol. I don't think the flags pack has the truss segment, but in chat, dude, I got you. I got you, fama-lama ding-dong. Fama-lama-lam ding-dong. Cool, thanks. I think that flag pack has like letters and the color swatches and stuff. I don't think it has the truss segment. But yeah, actually, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of this because these two modules are pretty much, for the most part, identical. Identical. I need more coffee. I don't know if you could tell. Water plus bean juice. External tank. Kind of looks like the before pictures of the train this morning. Nectar of the bean. So, Chair, do you have a spot on the station? Yes. No. Okay, so what's attached to the outside of this piece? That's where the rotisserie is, I think. Oh, no, back up. Do we have a rotor diameter that's gonna... I'm thinking the 1/8. Oh, it's perfect. It fits perfect. Oh, mama. Nice. All right, anyway. Give me the big boy rotor. No damping. We're not a fool. And now, sweet. Does using those flags keep lag down despite being a high part count because physicsless? Yep. Pretty much, Gup. Yeah. That's so the robotic arm can grab it. You can tie the rotor rotation to the orbital period like the ISS does. I mean, yeah, we can see Kraken. Yeah, we can. We absolutely can. It'll only work when we're near the station, but yeah, dude, for sure. In fact, you know what? I'll put a cow controller out on this thing. And we'll call this the solar rotation period controller. The SRPC. And I'm just going to leave it as an unbound cow controller. And we can set the time length to the orbital period and go from there. Boom, baby. Boom. Boom, baby. Alright, so I need to go back and look at that picture that Vulcan has. The integrated P3, P4 truss segment hangs in the space station processing facility. Now my question is, did they move that all as one piece? I'm going to go ahead and say, because they're testing it here, and it's because it's an article from 2006, that they did integrate and move them as one piece inside of the shuttle's payload bay, considering there's a full-size mock-up of the shuttle's payload bay literally on wheels at the space station processing facility. I wonder where that ended up. That's a full-size replica of the shuttle's payload bay. And they have the space station modules hung from a gantry so they can test integration inside of the space station processing facility. Imagine turning that into a camper van. Dude. That would be something. NASA opened media accreditation for Crew 6, targeting mid-February. They got moved a bit further than expected. Yep. Mudder? My dear, are you lurking in the shadows? Mudder? Mudder? Mudder makes the truss segment texture. Mudder! Mudder! Come! Look over here! Hi. No, he's not here. Mother's always lurking in the shadows. Probably in somebody's backyard as an Airbnb, like the things we wanted you to have. Yeah, I know. So it looks like they moved it all as one piece. The port 3 and 4 integrated truss segment is the prime payload of the STS-115 mission. Well, alright, let's just go look at some pictures from STS-115. Let's see, anybody we know? Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, we know him. Yeah, he's pretty cool. It's okay. So, what I really... There's so many good pictures. Lightning. Alright, here we go. Well, that answers that question. It was all integrated as one piece. The P3 and P4 and S4, S3 and S4 truss segments were integrated as one piece. Good to know. Speaking of Boeing, has the crew test flight of Starliner been scheduled yet? Oh, yeah, they've scheduled it for yeah, should be a great mission. February 29th. November January of 20 hashtag. Like the kids say, Ian. Hashtag. It's scheduled for the... No, I haven't heard anything. Ian, have you heard anything? Vulcan, you guys heard anything? I haven't heard anything. They're getting ready for the CFT-1 flight. They're getting ready. As far as I could tell, they're still combing through the data for Starliner. But yeah, we haven't heard it. We haven't heard an update on Starliner since the CFT or the OFT-2 mission. We haven't heard anything about it. Yeah, Bomb, something like that. All right, so yeah, the solar. See, that's the battery bank right there, dude. Look at that shot of Atlantis. I'm sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, hey, Shuttle. Hey, little guy. Just boop. Shuttle's like, hey, what up? How you doing? Yeah, I'm just hanging. Thought I was a bit slow in it. It's something, dude. Dude, what a shot. What a shot this is. Look at two guys just EVAing out on the end of the truss segment. What a shot. Dude, that's some 2001 stuff right there, man. That's really cool. Word. God, I love that thing. Yeah, micrometeor impact. Guess what? Punctured the coolant system. But the shuttle has redundant coolant loops. stuff did come off. Wait a minute. Was 115? Yeah. Wait a minute. When did this launch? Holy crap, I watched that thing go into space. Word? That was the first shuttle launch I saw when I moved to Florida. Yeah, always. Clayton, always. Yeah. Never untether yourself from the spacecraft. Ever. But yeah. That was the first shuttle launch I ever saw. Holy crap, I can't believe that. Dude, I watched this. I watched this thing go. Man, that seems like such a long time ago. And then if I'm remembering right, the next shuttle mission was in October 116. No, it was in December. This is the one I watched off the porch, dude. I was talking a little bit earlier. It was a night launch. I remember I could see the thing launching. I watched it from my porch. But yeah, 115 was the first shuttle launch that I saw in Florida. I don't know why I forgot that. That's very strange. These shuttle missions were nuts, dudes. Dude, it would be so cool to see the shuttle build Gateway here and then send it out to the moon. Ah, man. It's just a damn shame that it didn't happen. Oh well. Just read the instructions. It's coming into port now. So, since this was launched as one integrated piece, I'm just going to make the battery bank, dudes. That payload right there. So we got to make the battery bank, and then we got to make the pins for the shuttle, and then we got to put the solar panel folding array thing. I know, Nova. That's why we're doing it, homie. That's why we're doing it this way. So that's kind of a box shape. Thaney, we could do it, man. We could do it. A couple of these coupled together could make a really good retraction thing. I'm not sure how we would get it to animate because you can't attach stuff to the magnetometer, but I did like your idea. Can we just have the box? I don't need the solar array. Why not build the gateway and just move it over there? What's up, man? All good. Last day of work tomorrow before the holidays. Nice. For the ultimate power move, make the gateway come to you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't need that crap. We don't need freaking. Imagine saying, "Oh, we got to build it in lunar orbit." Is that rover cab the timeout spot? No, it's just. No, it's just something I thought that would look nice. Does this thing have radiators on it? They're definitely, so we got a radiator going down right there, the battery bank, and then the solar panels. All right, so let's get our singular radiator in there. That's what we need. So that needs to do that, right? And then we need the batteries on here as well. At least the first two parts are going to go up at the same time as Gateway. Yeah, that's right, they are. The power and propulsion element and the habitation and logistics outpost. They're going to launch them together on a Falcon Heavy. That's kind of what we need to make. How long was the tether? 20 feet? No, Clayton. Think about like rock climbing, dude. Astronauts, when they EVA, they have 2 tethers. You have 2 tethers, and it's literally rock climbing equipment, dude. They have 2 tethers, and they have carabiners on each end. You hook onto one, then you move to the next place that you need to be. You hook on the other, you unhook the other one. Always be tethered to the station. Never, ever untether yourself fully. You will drift away. That's, yeah, super dangerous. Will Falcon Heavy need to expend all 3 cores? Well, Gateway has its own power and propulsion, Nova, but I would guess it's probably fully expendable, yeah. Are you going to do the train for the truss structure? I planned on it, Fred, yeah. I really would like to. I've had some ideas on how how we're gonna make the MBS. It literally needs to be able to move seamlessly between these modules that we've assembled. That's not gonna be easy to do. NASA talking the leak is at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Oh. Okay. So, I need to look at this thing a little bit better again. Are the battery banks on both sides? Yeah, they are. Okay. I think I know how I can make this, dudes. So, separate the radiator for a second. Just leave that over there. Let's move the batteries in a little bit. And we might be able to just... We're going to fudge it a little bit. Fudge man. So we're gonna have our battery banks on both sides, and once again, the same deal with batteries. Batteries are physics-less as well, so we don't necessarily need to worry about this being too big of an issue. Here we go. Actually, those need to go down 1 tick. 1, 2, 3. And this is where I would remind everybody that this is where the batteries are on the actual ISS, and where they would have been on Space Station Freedom as well. Question, can you overdrive a piston's extension? If you could hide the ends. It's not a bad idea, man. That's not a bad idea at all, Aqualux. Yeah, we could. At least I think we could. Now, here's what we'll do. Take a flat flag. It's like it was meant to be. Oh, that's almost the right size. Hold on. Can we... You know what's missing from channel points? Saved craft file? I wouldn't mind that. Why, Blue? Why? Why do you hate me? Why? Why? Can we make the batteries fill that up and not have it look weird? I mean, it doesn't look half bad doing this way. I just don't think that that's... Yeah, that's not bad. Put a row of small backpacks in the space in between. Backpacks. Backpacks? Why? Oh, battery packs. I'm stupid. Here, let's see if... What happened if we set these to panels instead? Now, see, making them panels makes them not physicsless. But that is the right shape that we're looking for, more or less.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Crawdad, 48-month resub. It's good to see you, man. because I believe... Is there 3 rows of batteries there? Oh yeah, there might be. Hold on, let's look at this thing. I mean, look at this thing. It's corn. Let's look at this potato quality image. Yeah. You know what would be kind of a cool thing to break up the texture? Do something like that. Just flip the batteries end over end. I hate how you have to reset the rotational controller. If you hear me, you have to hit like 4 buttons to reset the rotation. It's really annoying. Turns out we already have a save craft file progress redeem. Oh, really? Just launch it. What do you want me to do with this? What do you want me to do? What do you mean just launch it? What do you want me to do? Just hit the launch button? Like, I don't really understand what you want here. Put it out on the runway. All right. It's okay. Like, all right. Sure, why not? Like, no skin off my nose. I suspect it won't hold. You underestimate the power of hybrid tech. Oh crap! Oh, yep. Okay, I guess we didn't need that. That's actually not bad, man. That's actually not too bad. For real. Hang on, what happens if we SVI this thing? Ready? And boop. Man, that thing's actually pretty strong. Damn, son. Now the hybrid tech is doing its job. Bro, look at that thing. It's solid as hell. Hell yeah. Extend the radiators. You got to extend the radiators. Not bad. Not bad at all. Might as well do some gravity tests while we're here. What do you... What? Why? What do you mean gravity tests? What about time warp? Oh, balls. Duh. This is how we die. Duh. No! It's all right. It's okay. Hey, that's pretty good for a space station. That's pretty solid. All right. The modules are still attached. It looks a bit bent. Yeah. Yeah, here, I got it. Oh, nope, that made it worse. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just deploy the fairing. Why not? Oh, balls. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, God! Ugh! No! It's fine. It's fine. It's supposed to bend like that. I swear. Does the phone still work? That will most definitely not buff out. Yeah. My modules, the part of my battery module's sitting over there in the grass. Of course it won't. Well, there you go, Blue Flare. You got your wish. It's actually pretty sturdy. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. You gotta dust it off first, tape. And also, Blue Flare, that does not save the damn craft file, okay? Wait a minute, did you set that up? Yeah. Okay. I see what you did. I see what you did. Okay. 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 I know what you did last summer. Can we fit some other gribbles in there? Gribblies? What? We gathered important scientific data. Man, that thing is toasty. Dude, that thing is entirely covered in soot. There's a worm logo on there, underneath there somewhere, Thomas, I guess. It freaking looks like Electron, man. Yeah, Blue, exactly. $15 times. Falcon 9 in dark mode. Running a little rich. Always. That's how it stays cool. Hit I believe. JSP. Do you know if they plan on flying this booster again? Well, it's back, Cosmic. I mean, yeah? Maybe? looks terrible. That booster belongs in a museum. What performance do you think the soot will start negating Falcon 9's performance? I don't think it, I think it's a negligible amount, dude. I don't know. I think it means obviously it doesn't make a difference because they would have been cleaning it if it did. Either that or the time it takes to clean it off is worth the performance hit. You know what I'm saying? Alright, I'm just finishing up placing these struts. I think that's how those struts are attached on the segment. I think. Oh, they're wishboned. Part count. You know what? Screw that. We're leaving it like that. Deal? Deal? Deal. Done. All right. How the frick are we making the solar panels, man? This is the hard part. The rest of this was easy comparatively. With hydraulics. Thanks. It's like a farmer stand under the Falcon 9 legs. Yeah, right? So Nolte, that's I think that jives more with what I was thinking. Like, either it doesn't make a difference or it does make a difference, but the difference that it makes is so ridiculously minute, it's not even worth it to clean the stupid thing. In fact, cleaning the stupid thing after each flight is actually probably ends up, because you can't turn the booster around as fast, it probably ends up negating any performance increases that you'd get by cleaning it. That's most likely what's going on. It's literally not worth cleaning. Falcon 9 has the Delta V. It's negligible. That's how I know it's negligible. But did some thinking there about it for a second. That's the reason. It's definitely that. What NSF said is right, as per usual. It's just not it's not freaking worth it, man. But seriously though, you see that damn booster? Look at that thing. All you can see are the welding inspection lines. It looks like they're really, really... So they clean off the soot around where the aluminum panels or aluminium panels are put together. And that shows that they do it so they can x-ray the welds between flights. It looks like they're really concerned about not really concerned, it's just the common bulkhead. So the piece that connects the LOX tank to the RP1 tank, that has the most soot cleaned off from it. So it shows that they're, you know, they're inspecting these welds, but they're really inspecting the welds on the bulkhead. Yeah, Crash, exactly. It's not even worth it. Just leave it. It's not worth it. All right, how are we gonna do this? Also remember that there's still ice on there during landing on the spot. Yep. Yeah. Are the common bulkheads insulated? Don't know. I don't think they are, Victory. What are you insulating against? You're insulating against RP1, you know? Like, whatever. Now, maybe they made the bulkhead out of thicker aluminum. I'll bet you that's what they did, Victory. They made it out of thicker aluminum. I'll bet you the aluminum plating around the CBH is probably a little wider. Not by much. Maybe a couple thousandths of an inch. Like, I don't know, 25 thousandths of an inch. Maybe a little bit more. It's not much. A couple millimeter. Keeping the RP1 from freezing from the temperature of the liquid oxygen. Well, considering that the LOX pipe goes through the RP1 tank, I'm pretty sure they're not worried about that, man. Right? It has an internal downcomer in it. The LOX downcomer goes through the RP1 tank. I'm pretty sure that if that was a problem, that would be the main concern, an insulated downcomer, not necessarily the bulkhead, but I don't know. Maybe. Let me check something, fellas. Yeah, exactly. We're never gonna see it. How are we gonna make that? Huh. Damn. Oof.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The real module doesn't have the space difference there, the gap. The real module doesn't have the space difference there. Vitor, 9-month resub. Such a pleasure to learn and have fun. Thanks. So, guys, we're gonna need... Let me think about this. going to put that there, and we'll temporarily move this out of the way. We're going to need something like this. Oh, no. Comparatively to the batteries, they go this way. Brother, I defer to your judgment in this. Is this safe enough? No, hell no. No, not even close. Loopy, those aren't scape suits. Those are hazmat suits. Hazmat suits are... No. Yeah, those are hazmat. You can literally see that guy's hair right there. See the gap right there? Yeah, that's... That guy is caked in nitrogen tetroxide. So, the coloring that you see on this Agent Smith is NTO. It's nitrogen tetroxide. They're loading oxidizer into CKAN. Yeah, that's not... No. It's Tiny Victory's nap time. Your voice and music is perfect for getting her to sleep. Awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, those guys probably will be fine now, but if they develop lung cancer in the future, like, and I mean like in the next couple of years, yeah, there's a reason why. So, you saw those suits, right? You saw those, right? You want to see how we handle hypergulls over here? Scape suits. Literally a spacesuit for the ground. Scape suits are how we handle that. Scape suits, like I said, are airtight. They are quite literally spacesuits that you use on the ground here. They were developed way back in the day for hypergolic handling in the 60s. So, you see the difference here? Let me put this into perspective, okay? The 1960s in the United States were... I think it would be a fair argument to say that during that time, workplace injuries were a little bit more laissez-faire about that type of thing, right? I think that would be a fair thing to say. If you get hurt, it's probably your own fault. We don't operate nowadays like this, right? We don't do that, right? With that being said, scape suits were developed in the early 60s because even they knew how bad this crap was for you. Even they knew how bad it was. They knew it could kill you. And that's in the 60s. That should be all the proof that you need that the US in the 1960s knew that dinitrogen tetroxide or monomethyl hydrazine was terrible for you. It absolutely will kill you. So, 1960s United States. 2022 Chinese space program. Those are hazmat suits. Those guys are dead. They're dead. Like, they're dead. Like, I don't mean to be morbid. These guys are gonna... They're and if they're not dead by now, their life expectancy is quite short. Yeah, see, there's... Yeah, see? There's a reason why I don't cover that space program, guys. There's unreasonable risk taken. They don't care. They don't care. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Frick them. Frick them. Learn how to take care of your people. It's not a space program if like 10 people die just to get the rocket up into space. That's dumb. No, Ando, they don't. And Ando, you know they don't, and you know the reason why they don't. I know where you're from, dude. I know your country's history. You know exactly what the reason is, but I ain't gonna say it. You know exactly what the reason is. Wait, what did I miss? Vulcan, do you see something wrong with this picture? Yeah, I know. You've told me where you're from before. You know exactly what the problem is. Not only they're inappropriate PPE, but you'd never see a release of Ox like that in a normal operation. PPE should never be your first line of defense and safety. That guy is literally coated in nitrogen tetroxide. That is... Yeah, Aqualux, there you go. How dangerous is the substance, Farhas? If you get that on your skin, you die. It's probably about as lethal as arsenic, if I had to guess. Well, not if I had to guess. If I had to come up with a comparison. Yeah, it's bad for you. Yeah, AVX, there you go. How does it kill you? It's a carcinogenic inhibitor. Basically, your lungs it makes your lungs stop lunging. Does that make sense? That's the very, very plain way of saying it. There's a bunch of medical things that it does. It's not good for you. It'll kill you. What's the name? NTO, nitrogen tetroxide. U.S. hazmat were like deep submerged suites. You keep saying that, Chief, and I'm not exactly sure what you're on about, but all right, sweet, sure, absolutely. I don't know what's going on there. It makes your lungs stop lunging. Yeah, that's the right way to say that, dudes. That ain't space flight. That ain't no space program. Yeah, exactly. There you go. That ain't no space program. That's stupid. Stupid. Yeah, there's a reason why I don't care what they're doing over there. I really don't. I don't care. That's gross. Anyway. What were we doing? So, we need to find a way to get these things to deploy. Yeah, Clayton, something like that. What country was that? KSP launch site? Take a guess. I don't mean to bring everybody down, dudes, but it has to be said. Like, I don't mean to get, like, super real. I know we like having a fun time, but that's just absolutely unacceptable. I told you the story of the time they started loading RP1 into Atlas V while I was standing right next to it at Slick 41, right? Loading RP1 is fine, Vulcan. That won't kill you if it gets on you. In fact, it smells great. Don't do that. Yeah, that's right, Talon. Yeah. And I prefer to just tell you what's going on, guys. You make the judgment, you know? I'm pretty sure NTO causes water to collect in your lungs and basically makes you drown. Oh, that's good. That's lovely. That's great. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Vulcan. Yeah. Neat. Dude, Forge, stop. I don't want to look at it anymore, man. It makes me sick to my stomach. I don't know how we're gonna make that, guys. I might redesign it a little bit. So let's try this. Give me a hydraulic, right? And instead of making the thing, well, that's the thing. This thing needs to move up out of the way so we can get at the docking port so we can attach another piece to it. It needs to be out here so we can attach the next bit. Because the other one, it sounds like Quitter Talk. I mean, serious, I might be able to get this right. Hold on a second, man. Calm down, man. Just calm down. What's the reach on one of these? Okay. Okay. So those things are actually like right there. That's their final position, and they're opposite each other like this. And they need to be able to rotate out of the way. All the orange thing is nitrogen tetroxide, Putre. It's not good for you. Yeah. Rev, what did you say? It is... Okay, so I said capillary inhibitor. I think that might be the right medical term, but there needs to be... That's probably not right. Like I said, medical is not my strong suit. It's not my any suit. You know? But is it a gas? No, it's liquid fuel. Actually, it's liquid oxidizer. It's a liquid that makes fumes. Just like any other liquid. Yeah, it's not good for you, dude. Use a rotor attached to a piston. Yeah, local. It's just... I'm trying to get it to kind of... That's the position it needs to be in. And then it needs to kind of go out and back in. Do they know the effects that it can have on their health? Who, the guys that are fueling the thing? Probably not. No. So that thing kind of pivots from like right there, and then it goes, let's try to set this at like 45, right? And then set this one at 45. Nah, it can't be. It's got to be more than that. Let's try to set it to like 60. And then set that one to 60.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Right? Alleviate 36 month resub. Last. Guys, I don't want to keep talking about NTO. I really don't. I've been trying to change the subject for like 15 minutes now. You guys clearly want to talk about people dying a lot more. So, yeah, I'm just going to go out and say it that I don't really want to keep talking about it, fellas. Oh, nice. Yeah, Vulcan. Yeah. Dude, I've been there, dude, when they had the OA5 mission a long time ago. Yeah. Okay. Like, I don't really like... Gotta tie my shoe. I don't really like talking about that too much. Fellas. Yeah, what Aqualux said. What Aqualux said about people being cheaper than safety. That's the reality of that situation, and it's it's sad. It's very sad. I'm talking about U.S. equipment. I don't really know, like, I don't... Okay, I mean, I don't know how I could be any clearer about this. Oh, they use the Pru as an example. Very nice. Yeah, Rem, it's because they don't give a frick. They don't care about people. Rule 8, homie. That's the reason. They don't care. They don't care about, they don't value human life, which I have a really, really, really big problem with. Like I said, man, it's not spaceflight, dude. It's not spaceflight. That's gross. Yeah, look at that thing. That's a diving suit, though, Chief. I don't know what this has to do with hazmat, but it's still cool. That's still really neat. It has thrusters. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Now we just got to figure out the we got to figure out the angles for this thing. Oh. That thing's going to have to be like that. So when this thing goes down like this, U.S. hazmat safety gear comes from the research and underwater equipment in very tough conditions. Cool. Can you cal control it so the two angles are always inverse of each other? Yeah, Katra. I think we should be able to do that. Let's get a test controller up. Let's set it to solar panel module deploy. Let's go over here. Set it just to 30 seconds, dude. And then we'll go here like this. SPM deploy. Click here. Target angle. Click here. Target angle, right? So... right? And then the final positions are obviously positive 60, right? So one last question. Can you imagine using such a dive suit to go into the Challenger deep? Yeah, no. No, Chief? No? Not really. I don't really want to do that. No. If we could just figure out a way to get that working and not like pointing in the wrong direction like that, then maybe that's pretty much what we're looking for. I just hate how... Isn't the deep ocean much like space? Yeah, but it's dark. I could fall into a precipice. It's the creatures that freak you out, dude. I'm kind of there with you. We don't need any brain crabs or anything, Chief. All right? You know what I'm saying? We don't need any brain crabs or nothing. I don't want that. No, Element. It's only in video games, but even then, down there, I'd be a little concerned. It's just the pressures involved. That's probably what I'd be the most worried about, like actually going down there and doing that. Skirting Rule 8. Interesting. In regards to supersonic retropropulsion, does the shape of the plume exhaust really affect the flight of reentry? Does the shape of the plume... No, it doesn't affect the flight. I mean, other than slowing the vehicle down, J-Rock, but it pushes the plasma out of the way. They train in swimming pools, Chief. Yeah, the neutral buoyancy lab, but it's not even close to... It's not even close to, like, diving in the Challenger deep. You know what they do? You know what they do in the NBL? They literally just put on their spacesuits. So if you go to train to do an EVA, they literally just put the spacesuit on. See? Spacesuit's airtight. It has to be. You don't really want to leak air. So yeah, they just take a dive in the spacesuit, believe it or not. The difference between sea level and space is 14 psi. The difference between the Challenger deep is 16,343 psi. Yeah, correct. Yeah, they just dive in. Like, see, there's a guy with some scuba gear and flippers back there. Actually, you know who came up with the idea of diving to, yeah, that's the NBL. It's bigger and deeper than an Olympic swimming pool by a good factor. There is literally an entire space station submerged underwater. This is in Texas. You can see the truss segment. See it right there? Truss segment, and you can see the modules right there. It's the entire United States operational segment. From basically PMA 1 all the way forward to PMA 2. It's entirely submerged. It's a mock-up. Yeah. See? See the modules down there? Actually, they're not really a mock-up. They're pretty high fidelity models. These are like pretty good replicas. Yeah. You know who figured out that diving and going scuba diving is very similar to EVA? This was a Buzz Aldrin idea. Yeah. Guys, let me just put it to you like this. There's a reason why Buzz Aldrin was on the first lunar mission down to the surface. Because a lot of NASA's practices he thought up. Yeah, those were his idea. Now, in terms of like if you can go inside of these modules, are they pressurized? Are they tight? Like, are they watertight? Can you go in them? I don't know. But yeah, in Texas, there is an entire ISS submerged in a swimming pool. That swimming pool, guys, for size comparison here, is about the size of a soccer field. It's very close. And it's probably about 3 or 4 stories deep, like 40 feet deep. So yeah, the spacesuit can work down there. But yeah, it's 23 million liters, 6.2 million US gallons. Because frick you. Yeah, there's a whole space station underwater. This is where they practice. These cranes right here, what are the cranes used for? In case you're wondering, you see the deck right here. You see how it has basically a hanger on it on either side. If an astronaut, so the EVMUs that the astronauts wear, you cannot walk around with that down on the surface. The EVMUs weigh about 600 pounds. The spacesuit, so that's like 300 kilos. The spacesuit, you can't walk around with it down here. So they hang the spacesuit on this rack right here, and you step into it. And then they put the spacesuit on around you because you cannot hold it up. It's like carrying an engine block on your back. Not gonna happen. So when they go to practice, the astronauts walk out here, they suit up while the EVA suit's hanging on the rack right there, and then the crane picks it up and they drop them into the water. Yeah, that thing. The extravehicular mobility unit, the EVMUs. Those weigh it's like 280 kilos, something like that. You cannot walk around with those. No. I can, but I'm built different. I mean, Vulcan, you and I probably could take a couple of steps, dude, but back injury. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Those things are heavy. It's not necessarily the suit that's heavy, but the life support systems. You got to remember, these EVMUs are a spacecraft. Think of the suit as the crew module, and the backpack is your service module, carrying your life support systems. This whole thing is an integrated spacecraft. It can work completely closed loop for like 7, 8, 9 hours by itself. Yeah, Master Chief, person in Mjolnir armor. It's like, I think the Mark V suit is heavier than that, but in Halo lore, but yeah. Those things are freaking heavy. Okay, it only weighs 254 pounds. I can walk around in that for a decent while, no problem, so long as it's on a flat floor. They said it was 600 pounds, dude, but maybe that's like with Safer or something. Alison Bollinger told me it was 600, Vulcan, but obviously it's a different estimation or whatever. Alison Bollinger's a flight director for NASA. She was telling me that thing is really freaking heavy. They use CO2 scrubbers, Hal. Yeah, they use CO2 scrubbers. That's probably with 600 pounds is probably with Safer and like fully equipped with all the tools, as opposed to just the suit. That's just a guess, because that thing is freaking heavy, dude. Like I said, you and I could probably move around in it, probably, but we'd be like, okay, taking a step. Okay, taking another step. Okay, taking another step. Taking another step. Like, even then, the first thing that pops into my head is just back problems. 280 pounds, Googled it. Wikipedia says 109 to 122. I mean, guys, if a flight director at NASA told me it's 600 pounds, 600 pounds. But I could be misremembering. Who knows? I have way too much information floating around up there. Get it? Floating around? Okay, I'll get... Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, Dwarshak, that's probably right. Krasnu, why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? If you hate the hat, I guess I understand. Okay. We've gone through the entire hat collection today, boys. Nah, I hate the Pats. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, that's understandable. Have a nice day. No, I haven't gone through the Cygnus hat. The Cygnus hat is still up there. Let's go convertible for a while. Give my head a break. Seriously, I might need to stop because it's like not good for your hair to put on and take off so many hats during the day. It's probably not good. You put a cooldown. I did put a cooldown. Yeah. Best part is no part, Grilani. I mean, Grilani, you know, right? That the hair is the crown jewel. That's your crown jewel. You know what I mean? In my case, there actually is a crown, but it's the crown jewel. You are nothing without the hair. Huh? The best hair is no hair? The only people that say that are bald people. I have one of those, Ardium. The problem is the throw on this, dudes. On the SPM. We can... There's gotta be a better way to do that. Yeah, okay, hold on. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Give me the gator hinge. This has the reach that I'm looking for. Yeah, now we're talking. Oh, not bad. That will work. Absolutely. Move it. Ready to roll out. Absolutely. Wait a minute. Hey, fellas. I got a question. I hear you, sir. Guys, I got a question. Do you think... Does anybody watch, like, StarCraft 2 streams? Do they have the music from the game on? And if so, does it mute the VOD? Does anybody still stream StarCraft? Is that still a thing? So, yes, you do watch the StarCraft stream, Snibbles, and no, they don't have the music on. The music is fine. Excuse me for a second. SCV, good to go, sir. Additional supply depots required. I'm in my happy place. We're in for some chop.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
SCV ready.
SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain?
SC2 in a Monday variety rotation when? I suck at StarCraft, Kalani. You don't understand. I suck at StarCraft. Like, I'm very bad at that game. I never got past Gold League, dude. But then again, it was because I tried to BC rush everybody. Because spaceship, you know? Right? Like, you never let that stop you in other games. Yeah, but see, here's the difference, Kalani. StarCraft pisses me off when I lose. At least it did 10 years ago. I don't know if it pisses me off when I lose nowadays. Maybe.
Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain?
You won't know until you try? No, I don't want to get mad at stuff on stream, dude. That's no good. Let me get pissy with KSP too. No, Ando, this is not with StarCraft. It's not annoyed with KSP. It's like it's not a good idea because it's like this. It's like
down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
it's like that. You don't. You don't understand. I am a very competitive person, and I really don't lose with class, man. Like, I really do. I don't lose. It's like when I was talking with Sim a little bit earlier. Simcopter was in here, and we were talking. Who's a great streamer, by the way. We were talking about Tarkov, and when Sim loses in Tarkov, it's like, it's like, oh, that was a good shot by that guy. With me, I'm like, what the frick? What the heck kind of shot was that? You're a freaking disgrace. It's like McEnroe on the tennis court, dude. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good at all. I really shouldn't. I can't be near games like that. I get so mad. Oh my God. I'm not proud of it, Journey, at all. I'm not proud of it at all. It's embarrassing, dude. StarCraft is worse, arguably, than Counter-Strike, because StarCraft, when you lose, you die a slow and painful death. It's horrible. I hate it so much. Ugh. Do you punch your desk when you die? Nah, Jack. I don't. I mean, maybe a little bonk from time to time. Like, dude, I don't lose with class. I fully acknowledge it. I nerd rage hard. It's probably hilarious on stream. Like, it's probably really funny for you guys to watch, but the game ruins my day, and I don't think that's a good idea. Emotional damage. Bro, I've just been laddering. This hurt me personally. I've slammed my desk a couple of times on stream playing shooters and Hunt the Streamer and stuff. Hunt the Streamer, yeah, it's probably it's kind of like that, dude. It's not good, man. I don't think that's a good idea. Anyway, down here, salt is a way of life. Yeah, dude, like I said, I've gotten very mad at this stuff before. You know what? I like what we have here. I like what you've got, but I'm gonna set this to 2 gator hinges. And I think the gator hinges, double gator, would be good. Like, I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like it's a good idea to go and play StarCraft, because it really is not. Dudes, we shouldn't do it. Need a light. But I'll gladly listen to the soundtrack with you guys. Yeah, I rage so hard at that game. It's so frustrating to lose. Pythos, I was actually thinking of, I think I should have everything for the Storm Dude, but yeah, I was thinking about maybe moving a shuttle mission, the second shuttle mission that I was going to fly tonight till tomorrow, and just finish up the station modules, because, yeah, there's that. You actually reminded me that I need to do that, but also, I need to go up to my folks' house, so gotta go grab my model trains. I'm not even kidding. How about a nice game of tic-tac-toe? Yeah, guys, seriously. I don't know how to lose with class. I can't do it. I suck at it. I'm just so damn competitive. Straight up. Like, and I'm willing to admit that. I'm willing to admit that I am about as bad of a sore loser as you could possibly get. It's not okay. What are you building? Solar panel modules on the edge of my ISS. Are you that guy that flips the Monopoly board when you get a massive fine? No, I'll probably just raise my voice and yell at somebody. Dude, I don't get pissed off with board games. Like, if that makes any sense. I don't get pissed off with board games. It's just computer games. Oh, nice, Manson. That's good. So, guys, this is the solar panel actuator. This is how they stored these things on the ISS. And then they kind of fold it out of the way. The reason why they fold it out of the way like this is because so they could attach another solar panel module to it. No, uncapping, it's not even that. It's just, I'll be honest with you, it's not seeing the other person. When you're playing against, when someone's just text on a screen, it's really hard to personify it. So, yeah, no, I just get mad. Yeah, it's down here. Salt is a way of life. It's not good, dude. You shouldn't do that.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty.
You've not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. You've not enough vegetables. You've not enough vegetables. Spawn more of it. Yeah, I don't like Zerg. No, why would I be a fan of a species that, you know, when you tell them to move, it sounds like me when I'm on the toilet after Taco Bell. You must construct additional pylons. Favorite Star Trek species? Vulcan. Carrier has arrived. So yeah, guys, what they do with the solar panels is they pack them in like this on the shuttle, and then when the solar panel deploys, it actually moves out like this, and then it'll go out like that. But I haven't figured out how to make that system yet. Yeah, we gotta figure out how to do that. You just jealous of your Zerg rush? Yeah. I wouldn't call it jealousy. Can't counter. I can't. That's the truth. How many Ford trucks long are the solar panels? At least 3. I don't know, man. So that's the right movement there. And we could just leave this for the sake of part count. We'll just leave that like that. That's not a problem. So here, you guys want to see what I'm trying to make? Watch this. Here we go.
Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir.
You know what this reminds me of, this animation?
Da 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 down, da 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 down. I'm about to drop the hammer and dispense some indiscriminate justice.
It sounds like the siege tank deployment noise. Alright, so now we got to figure out how we're going to make the solar panel arrays. So, the piece that we're going to need is this. We're going to need that, because the whole sucker needs to be able to rotate. Right? So we're going to need that. Damping traverse rate, set it to nothing. Yep. That needs to go in there like that. And then it looks like the radiator has to be offset a little ways. Like that. Because of how the solar panel module is. Alright, so let me get a solar panel, right? Oh, they're the same length. Score. Score, dudes. Well, that's gonna make this a little bit easier. It's like it's supposed to be. Hey, Paul, what's going on, man? Okay. So we're gonna have to do this. An old trick of mine. Set the extension, and then whatever we put down here on the end. Yeah, okay. Guys, I'm doing this to measure right now. Yeah, it might be a little close. Damn, we're getting some overlap. Anybody care that we got a little bit of overlap on the panels? I don't think you guys give a frick, do you? Alright, we gotta start at the beginning. Actually, no, I haven't had this. We haven't worn this one. The TwitchCon had. Also, Orange Team bad, Mokum. Okay. Frick Orange Team. Love you too, buddy. Why not have the second outer panel on the edge of a piston opening away rather than two pistons with inward opening panel? Sorry, I gotta adjust this hat. My freaking stupid big head. Hey Moose, what's going on? I'm working on the solar panel modules for my station. I'm not sure how we're gonna make this all work. So, Mr. Vaughn, you're thinking Hey, Crasher. The panels open too fast, Katra, but yeah. We'd have to time the animation there. This might be weird, but what if you made the solar panels with flags to get it to look right? Sam, I don't know how that would fare. I mean, Frosty, I've gone from a middle school student to a service member closing on a new house. I've had your streams of inspiration and encouragement, not to mention your entertainment through all of it. I can't thank you enough. Hey, that's awesome, man. No problem. I'm glad you like it, dude. I mean it. That's awesome. And yes, you have been here that long, haven't you?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
27 months. Bump! Guys, I'm starting to think that the solar panels might go this way. because if they go that way, that would make sense that the radiator goes that way. So building the ISS, something like it, Crasher, but not exactly. It's something like it. It's kind of ISS inspired, I suppose. It's kind of like Space Station Freedom and a couple of other things. Space Station Freedom, a little bit of ISS, a little bit of just the different Space Station Freedom concepts, I suppose. No mirror. No. It's more Space Station Freedom than anything. Looks good though, right? I'm working on the solar panel arrays, dude. Yeah, exactly. It'd be cool to see what an external tank looks like for scale. He's old. Now, are you going to do the shuttle docking system? Haven't engineered it yet, Milo. But probably a combination of this alignment system. So if we were going to anchor one of these to this, it would probably end up being anchored like this on the aft cargo carrier. So it would end up kind of being like that. Oh, that's cool, man. That's really freaking cool. How many parts is this with the shuttle? Oh, I don't know. Probably a lot. Shuttle's like 500 parts. So we're pushing like 1,500 probably. Or no, 1,300. Not bad. A lot of it is physics-less parts, guys. Like 40% of it is physics-less, so we won't be getting crazy bad frames. Don't get me wrong; it'll be a little laggy up here, but it'll be worth it. But that's part of the reason why I was thinking maybe one solar panel module on either side is good enough. One SPM should do us right. Yeah. Pretty cool though, huh? It's gonna look pretty neat. Oh yeah, and we got to remember there's probably about 50 or 60 parts down there for the tooling jig. Hopefully KSP2 will be more optimized. Sure. Yeah, it will. It will, Crasher, I know because I talked to the developers. I haven't gotten to alpha test. No. Don't get confused. That's only one piece, Shaw. Yeah. Technically, no, you don't, but it looks cool. What can I say, man? It looks cool. It's on Unity, guys. So that's actually pretty freaking cool. I screwed up the cow controller. Getting tennis court flashbacks, it comes full circle. Link to the tunes? It's StarCraft music, dude. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, Crash, there you go. I'm thinking here again, fellas. How are we gonna put this together? Does a gator hinge, another gator hinge work?
Discovery.
Go with throttle up. Mocha, Merry Xmas in advance. Thanks, buddy. You too, man. Merry Christmas. What's the craziest thing you've ever built in KSP? I don't know. I don't know, dude. I've made so many crap files. I couldn't tell you. That's not gonna fit in the shuttle payload bay. I know that won't fit. Damn. The big SSTO is probably up there, dude. Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with something else there. Yeah, we saw it in the front. Cool, huh? We're gonna have to use the little guys here. Ain't gonna fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Won't fit. Nah, we shouldn't use a grip pad. Can we surface attach a panel to this thing? No. No surface attach. Make it fit. I'm working on it, Dick. Jeez. You'd be so mean.
Orders received.
Woohoo! Overtime!
Orders, Captain?
I'm really worried about this thing not fitting. Pythos, I'd have to bring the payload bay in, and I don't have a way to mount this inside of the shuttle's payload bay just yet. Technically, the payload mounting position is right there. Don't get me wrong, we could always take something like this and we could like rotate it sideways or something like that, so we get a little bit more clearance, more or less.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jindex. Thanks, man. All right. Let's see. So. So yeah, those aren't even facing in the right direction, by the way. Maybe that's why I thought it won't go and fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Yeah, Toto.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty.
Woohoo! Overtime!
Why not try the mock-up? Yeah, there's no use in mocking it up, fellas, because I don't really have anything figured out yet here. Open. Yeah. 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 Not bad. That ain't bad. That's actually pretty good. That doesn't look far off from the actual ones, so that's pretty sweet. How the frick did they figure this thing out? Jeez. Yeah, Crasher, it looks pretty sweet, man. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Here, let me take that off and straight up copy this. Put it there and then see if we can... You know what? If we have to do something like that, just offset both to one side, I don't really care. That's actually pretty okay. That's not going to be too big of an issue. And we have a plenty of upward room, I know, because that does fit in the shuttle payload bay. I'm just worried about clearance on the bottom here, you know? So here, ready? Let's see. Let's take a look. Hi, Mutter. Can you link up the truss texture flag? If it's not too much of a bother. Let me upload it. Okay, thanks, man. Actually, Discord to the rescue. Yeah, guys, in chat, Mutter has the flag if you want the truss texture flag. Thanks, dude. I'm going to just bookmark that. I hear ya, sir. Have you ever tried to build like a truck in KSP? Yeah, of course, Nulty. Yeah. Dude, I actually didn't build... I mean, I have a truck. Yeah, absolutely. I built them. I use them as municipal, like, vehicles on the ground. Just for whatever. The one that gets the most action is not an F-250 or anything. It's the K200. Let me just save that, because that took a long time to make. The K200 is a high expandability mobility tactical truck. That's the one that gets the most use in my save. The reason why is because it has a pallet system on it, where it'll take this thing and it'll lift it up and in. So I have like mobile pallets that I can set down. yeah, this, like, there's a lever arm underneath here. You see that? And it can just lift the pallet off. And we could just grab stuff and kind of sling it over his shoulder, pull it up and over, and it pulls it onto the rails. Yeah. Creative? Oh, thank you. We have different variants of that too. I have a telescoping crane version of it that has this monster freaking crane. It doesn't really work too well though. I feel like I bring it into a pressure. I mean, 15,000 hours in KSP. You're not supposed to look at this stuff and be like, well, nope, never doing that. You should look at it and be like, oh, okay, look, this guy's an idiot. If that moron can do it, so can I. That's kind of what I would want.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what the crazy part about this is that what we've made here is not actually that many parts. It looks complicated, but it's really not. It's like 20 or 30 parts at best. How do you get it to track the sun? The solar panels automatically will twist to the solar movement. They do it already. All I gotta do is when we get onto the station, just make sure to resume a cow controller that will tell this thing to move 360 degrees no matter what the orbital period is. Easy peasy. Why am I getting Apollo vibes from this? I don't know, but that's cool. Use kRPC to align them to the sun, 5-head. What's the maximum throw on this thing? 4.8? And then the other one is 2.4? Huh. Tidris is done. Toothless, yeah. I'm working on payloads for the thing. We're working on the solar panel modules right now. Thinking about it, Hellfish. You know what we're gonna do? Here's what we're gonna do. I know this ends up being more parts, but it's a little bit more compact.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Zay, what is that? Oh yeah, the Christmas tree. That's really cool. Did you see all the stuff from KSC behind it? Names by NASA. Wait, what? Wait, what is this?
Reporting for duty.
NASA acquires a 777. Why not test fitment and adjust? Well, it's more about getting it to work first, dude. For me. New Sophia? Maybe. That will fit. They're killing the NASA DC-8 and replacing it with the 777-246. NASA still runs a DC-8? I didn't know that. Forgot about that. I forgot that they had one of those, dude, to be honest. They totally do. I almost became the project manager for the DC-8 simulator back in the 2010s when their sim was looking for a new home. No way. Cool. We might not need the panel. No, ma'am, unless I tell the parts to interfere with each other, they're not going to. Fortunately, I can suspend some belief there in that regard, because, you know, Kerbal. But I do want it to drive the point home. It doesn't have to be an exact replica, you know? That actually doesn't look too bad. I'm actually kind of hype on this. It's pretty freaking cool. Kind of weird that the solar panels are like literally hanging on by not much, but they're not structural, so it doesn't matter. Sooty booster. Yep. Yep. All right, let's fold it up, see what happens. I'm gonna move the controller for the solar panels up here, just so it's kind of out of the way. There we go. That'll fit. This should fit in the shuttle payload bay. It should be fine. And by should, I mean I know it will. It will be okay. You're gonna need to see the whole thing programmed to one hot button. Have it your way. I can take that panel out of the design. We don't need it. Parts check, 577. The solar panel module is not many parts. It's like 20. Actually, probably more than that. Probably about 50. That's okay. It's not a problem.
SCP good to go, sir. SCP good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty.
That's right, PBT. I'm trying to put the whole thing on a Cal controller. Give me one moment. I double bound something. So we need to copy that and then paste that there. And then with the rotational servos, I'm going to move that back to 20. And we'll move that number back to 30. Copy that, paste that there. And then take these things, move that back to 30. And move that one to 40. Copy that, paste, paste, paste. Actually, I think after, you know what? Hang on, I changed my mind. I think in the animations that was 40 and 50 like that. So copy that, paste it, and paste it. And then in the center here, save this, hold on. Give me a second, dudes. We don't need that panel. That panel is taking up space. It's a wasted part. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get rid of it. Why did that? Oh, it placed down there. Somehow the thing picked up an attachment down here. It picked up an attachment on a length piece. That's fine. Just get rid of it. It's okay. Guys, I'm kind of power grinding this out. I haven't been as engaged in chat as I usually am, dudes. What are we working on, Hangman? I'll show you in a moment. You'll like it. Trust me. Remember the Tidris satellite from the other day, Hangman? Oh, that's it. That curve needs to be inversed. We need to invert that curve like that. Yeah, sort of. Okay, just watch. So this is the solar panel array. It's a solar panel module that I need to fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay. So I kind of been looking at how these things actually deploy in real life, and yeah. I think you will appreciate it. Kind of how this all goes together. Okay. I don't know why it interspersed everything here. It's pretty annoying. Alright, that should do it, dudes. Ready? Tejas 3, everything went fine. Alright, Sun Temple. See you, buddy. Excellent. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. I'll do a manual lock, Loopy. I like doing manual because I don't want to, because that forces me to check, you know what I mean? It's a D10, I do that on purpose. SWAT solar panel in deployment. Cool. Oh, nice. That's pretty awesome, T-Man. Here, we can just... Yep. Should fit in the shuttle's payload bay. So let me save right now. And then... what I will do... what I want to do is see how this looks like. So believe it or not, take that cow controller off for a second. Copy this. The reason why I took the cow controller off is sometimes when you copy the cow controller, it deletes everything. It does that. Yeah, they're flags, bro. It applies all this to the copied state. Yeah, see, it screws it all up. That looks pretty good, man. I'm really happy with that. Sweet. Okay, so that's the port side solar panel. B2 SPM. Done. Cool. You and Brimo's Christmas, New Year's present is on the way. Thanks, Sawyer. Brimo was actually asking me. She's like, "Man, those things were good. We need more. Can you make sure that can you make sure that Sawyer is sending us more?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." What do you think, dudes? Not bad, right? Ask and you shall receive. Now, what I could do is put another extension on here, like what they actually did. They put an extension on the back of this thing, right there. So watch, the P5 truss segment. They put an extender piece on there. And on the extender piece, the S5, CS5 and P5, they did that. Dexter. Yeah, see those truss segments. Huh. Dude. Please tell me you're gonna make Dexter. We're gonna make the arm, Hangman. I don't know about Dexter. I don't know if we have the part count to do something like that. Something to listen to in the background. Oh, cool. So guys, I want to be very clear. This is not the amount of engineering that I'm going to be doing for the till KSP 2 comes out. We're really going to be, I'm really going to be more or less, I'm making a ton of payloads, all right now, and then it's just going to be non-stop shuttle missions, basically through January. I want to get all the payloads out for January, and then we have a couple weeks in February, and then, stations should be built real quick, and kind of going from there. we can go from there. But yeah, this does look pretty righteous. Yeah, we gotta be careful because even copying this screws it all up. I can always remake the Cal controller. In fact, that's probably what I'm gonna do because I need to duplicate some solar panel modules. So see, like if I delete this, it'll erase the Cal controller, even though those parts are still there, which is fine. It's not gonna take too long to fix it. Hang on. I want to upgrade this. You want to upgrade this from righteous to wicked cool? Thanks. So in order to make sure that I have all the things right, what I'll do when we go to rebind a Cal controller, I'll make it so the angle limit here is 20 there, and then if I erase the Cal controller. Yeah, they're just inverse of each other, so that's actually not too bad. They got Gene Kranz, Jerry Griffin, Charlie Duke, some real good stuff. Those are all guys that I've interviewed, Novus. That's actually really cool. So we have the mechanism working for the solar panels, but yeah, we just got to make sure that we bind it right next time. You know what? Just go with full rotation there. That's a 90-degree rotation. You can't possibly screw that up. The Cal controller takes 2 minutes to make, and if anything, I'll probably do it better next time. So 20, 160, 20, 160. Done. That goes there. That goes there. Track that. Done. Conference I'm going to in February, CKAN Proctor is speaking at it. Cool. That's awesome. So now, I don't have to worry about it. We can just take this, and I'm going to move this thing over here, like that. And we have to move some stuff around. I'm reconfiguring this from a port side to a starboard side. The big reconfigurations are, long story short, where the grapple points are for the RMS and whatnot. Look at that thing. That's pretty rad, man. Oh, okay, Acton. If you get a hat signed by Zion Proctor, I'm not wearing it, dude. It's going on my shelf. Just launch it? Nick, I hate you. I just lost a lot of respect for you.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Just lost a lot of respect for you. Nick, I am disappointed. But, as you wish. Titoidi, 74 months. Say goodnight, Floppy. This is not gonna end well at all. You butthole. You smelly, smelly butthole. Okay, Nick. That went about as good as I thought it would. I mean, we might as well test it. We're here. I'll just have to manually do everything. I leave for 3 hours and it's been conducted. No way. This has to be cheated into orbit. Somebody redeemed just launch it. Like a dingleberry. Like a dingleberry. A disgusting dingleberry. So I was like, whatever. Might as well test it. We're here. Yes, teleportation, precisely. And working with the robotics in space is definitely easier than it is on the ground. But then again, I don't think these will drift around too much up here, considering what they're holding. Well, that's pretty freaking cool. Additional supply depots required. Now with kRPC and a bit of code, you can track the sun with these. Yep. Nope. Yeah, I'd rather not. Yep, those should turn in synchronous. Well, that's pretty neat. Illness, you want the animation? Thomas found it. I'll post it in chat. Long link. Looks like we're missing 2 arrays. Yeah. I built the provisions for an extension. If we needed it. Actually, you know what, dudes? Whoever redeemed it is actually... That's actually okay. It's actually not too bad. This gives me some good testing and understanding of how this is going to work, to be honest with you. And actually, this thing is working pretty damn well. It's working pretty much exactly how I thought it would, which is good. Let me just lock everything out. How many parts is this? 640. This ain't bad for 640. And then, you know, actually, after we connect everything, we can have the Kerbal's EVA and remove a lot of the alignment pins and everything. So seriously, cut the part count in half. Actually, well, maybe not half, like, cut 100 parts, 200 parts maybe, out, because of all the alignment pins and everything. You know what it's missing? A shuttle dock to it. Indeed. What is this station for? My space program. So, let me check something. Calculator. So, 31... Nope. Go over here. 31 minutes, 42 second orbital period at this altitude. 31 times 60 seconds. 1860 plus 42. 1902. Okay, so... Let's mess with something here. Solar rotational period controller. Go here. The solar panels. This thing is at minus 90 right now. Start at minus 90. And change the time to 1402. Hang on. I forgot what I typed in. 31 times 60 plus 42. 1902. Okay, so change the time to 1902. Right? And then set that... Oh, it needs to be reciprocal. So that actually needs to be there, and that needs to be there. Ready for the winter storm? I actually should probably stop sooner rather than later and start to go get provisions. It's just StarCraft music, guys. Hang on a minute. Oh boy. Well, one of them was tracking right, but yeah. Either way, that's pretty cool to see. Oh no, there it goes. Is it just you or is the background music too loud? How's that? How the servo's treating you? Not bad. Doesn't look like I locked out all these. It's acting like there's something that's not totally locked on here. Not bad, though. Yeah, it's not bad. It looks good, man. Honestly, it looks really nice. Hey, Yarg. That looks really, really nice. I'm really happy with this. I'm wondering. Why are the panels wobbling? It's because my solar panel arrays are actually rotating, guys.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty.
SCV ready.
Orders received. Orders, Captain?
Yeah, guys, if you can tell, the solar panels are rotating with the orbital period, so I have it kind of manually fudged, but it's tracking the sun. Orders, Captain? Coordinates received. My guess, guys, is the solar panels were wobbling from when we zapped it out onto the runway and then zapped it up into space. My life for ire.
SCV good to go, sir.
Orders, Captain? Not bad, though. It looks pretty damn good. No, it's just space. It's just that you can see into the vacuum, obviously. But yeah, cool. All the batteries are in the same spot they should be in real life. Like, pretty freaking cool, man. Yeah, see, this one, this is all grandparent strutted, and it's not nearly moving as much as the other ones. The other thing I noticed is that it could be the control moment gyros. So inside of my Z1, there's 4 gyros in there. There's a bunch of gyroscopes. And the gyros, I think, are going against the animation, so to speak. And I think Kerbal doesn't know how to deal with it. Do the solar panels and the radiators clear each other? Oh yeah, easily. You're a gyro. No, I'm not. Your mom's a gyro. Hey, she's a nice lady. Too far, I don't know this, right? What animals? I mean, Novus, what do you think? Anchoring a external tank, kind of just have an ET kind of sitting here on the station or something? You know, SLS core stage, just kind of underneath the station here. You savages. See, they track the sun. Pretty cool, huh? Station stays parallel. You lock the SAS to prograde, and you set the cal controller timing for the orbital period and put it on repeat. So that means when we're out doing construction on the space station and stuff, like if I have Kerbal's EVAing around, this stuff will all be moving in the background. How many reports do you have left to make for the station? Like 10 more modules, Stubborn, but they're all smaller modules. The solar panels are more complicated. That was the most complicated. Actually, 10 of those modules, some of the 10 of those modules you do see on the screen, they're just not finished. These are just empty tanks right now. There's nothing inside of them. But it will lose synchronization when you don't have it loaded. Yeah, so we time warp it into position, take control of the station, prograde lock it, and when the panels get to the right move, to the right spot, you just hit play on the cal controller, right? Like, I mean, Yarg, there's only so much you could do without, like, what is it, persistent rotation and whatnot, but did you launch this on a rocket? No, somebody redeemed the just launch it toe tag. This is just a simulation. But it's good to see that all this stuff does work. KSP2 have persistent rotation? That's a good question. Will the batteries run out in that case? No. These will automatically track the sun fire. Guys, I have to get ready for this storm, I think. This looks freaking awesome, though. Is the final product going to be bigger? Karma's, no, not really. I mean, I have the provisions to add another set of solar panels, and we obviously have way more provisions to add more modules. I need a shuttle docking mount. We need an airlock module. Yeah. I'm wondering if an airlock module will foul on the radiators, though. I need a cupola module. So we need an airlock, we need a cupola module, I need a shuttle docking port. That's basically it. We won't need much more. And maybe a crew return vehicle, and that's about it. Let me check Windy, dudes. Hold on. Windy usually shows what I want to see. Oh, there's a big snowstorm coming. Guys, there is a big snowstorm coming. Yeah, that's a big and... Oof. That trust thing is a thing of beauty. Good job. Thanks, Hayes. It did come out right, but that was with Mutter's help. Mutter helped me with the flags. How big? The storm is in Western Mass right now, and it goes all the way down to Nashville. It's riding a cold front from what... Oh my goodness. Dude. Check it out. Yikes. Yeah, I should probably go and get food. Yeah, that's a big storm. Oh dear. Yeah, gonna be a bit windy. The winter storm is terrible in Florida. Speaking of Nashville, when are you coming down to visit this way? Tennessee? Oh, dude, I really didn't have any plans to go to Tennessee, but... I mean... Sell me on it. We just had it here, it's big and it's cold. Yikes. Mutter's in Tennessee. I mean, Farhan, give me an excuse. You know I love road tripping. Time for a plow? How about we just go to Tennessee and we buy another truck and then drive it home? It's close-ish to ULA. Yeah, that's right. Free place to stay, Chick-fil-A, the U.S. Rocket Museum. Alright, that's fair. Worked for Vice Grip. Yeah, that's right. Dude, my solar panels are 180 out. The radiators should be on the back side and they shouldn't be facing into the sun, but still though. This thing is actually performing really, really, really well. I'm kind of impressed by the simulation rate. I'm impressed by the gyros doing their job. The radiators are working correctly. But yeah. Needs more orbital dockyard. Oh, man. Largest treehouse in the world, Jack Dagnalls. You don't need to tell me twice. The rhyme and all kinds of reasons. You know, Shooter, the movie, Farhan called Tennessee the patron state of shooting stuff. Was he wrong? Also, note, just on a side note, fellas, the solar panel wobbling definitely stopped. I'm not sure why, but it stopped. Look at that. No, that sounds about right. We got 5 World War II rifles you can shoot. Oh man, don't tell me that. When do you launch the first modules? Sile, these are not anywhere near close to being checked out and done. But I want to build out the whole station, and then I have to go on a per module basis to make sure that these things actually fit in the shuttle, and then we have to go through the robotic arm operations, which is why I was going to launch tonight, but the snowstorm, dude. So what we're going to do tomorrow is I'm going to launch the shuttle, and we're going to practice by retrieving that Centaur, the Centaur that's up there from the Tidris 3 mission. I missed the Grissom Yards. This is going to get close to that. I love it how it actually has a little bit of a render problem, so you can see through it. You can see through the truss segment. That's actually pretty cool. Not intended, kind of unintended, but whatever. I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here looking at it. I'm really happy with this. We gotta stop. I gotta go just prepare for this, fellas. So, once again, we'll get the not the Tidris, we'll get the Puma recovery mission tomorrow. We'll do that. We gotta practice. But yeah. Maybe a snowblower stream later. I should have gotten the seals in Aqualex, so maybe that's what we'll do first thing on stream, and then we'll do the Kerbal mission in the afternoon. I think that's what we should do. Yeah, but dudes, huge freaking progress on the station today, considering we had no solar panel modules and this wasn't finalized here. Is the generator good to go? I gotta go dig that thing out. It's in my back. It's in the back, Brand. But yeah, that's what I mean. I gotta go make sure we're good to go. So, all right, dudes. That was awesome. I'm really happy. Actually, the just launch it thing in engineering mode is not the worst thing because I get to test stuff. It gives me an excuse to test things. So, yeah, I'm going to stop a little bit earlier than what I usually do. I usually try to make the streams 10 hours. Shuttering has ceased and the Kraken has arrived. Worst thing, you might need to dig your way to the garage to get the snowblower. That's okay. That's alright. Oh no, that's no problem. I'm just really not ready for snow, to be honest with you. Just really not ready for it. I mean, I am. The snowblower is good to go. It'll work. It just won't work very well, but it'll work. Yeah, guys, so I know I've been, you know, as we get close to the holidays, I've been streaming a little bit less, but yeah, I want to make sure that we're good to go here. So, yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow at noontime. I'm gonna keep working. We'll keep working on the payloads, and then we'll do that Tidris recovery mission, and then we'll launch some commercial payloads too. So yeah, I'm gonna pop off. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow around noon. Have a good night. I gotta go prep for a dang snowstorm. Should be fun. Laters.